667 is the Marina Mark 32 Dreadnought style acoustic guitar. There we go, £95, 100 do we see? At £95, so we see 100. At £95, good acoustic guitar there for £95, 100 do we see elsewhere? At £95 then, all finished, all sure at £95. And lot number 668 is the Yamaha FG110 acoustic guitar. At 150 we're bid, 160 do we see? At 150 do we see? 160, 160, 170. At 160 room bid holding, 170 do we see? At £160 then, all finished, all sure, 160, 70, 80, 180, 190. At 180 do we see? 190 now. At 180 do we see? 190 elsewhere. At £180 then, all finished, all short at £180, 190, 200, 200, 220. At £200 bid, 220 do we see? At £200, 220 elsewhere. At £200 then, all finished, all short, all done at £200, 200, 200 to buy a number.
308.
308, there we go. I should know that now. 669 is the Westbury Standard 24 electric guitar. 220, 240 do we see? At 220 do we see? 240 elsewhere. At £220 to see 240, 240, 260. At 240, 280. At 260, 280 do we see elsewhere? Solar.com holding at 260 do we see? 280, 280, 300. At 280 do we see? 300 now. At £280 to see 300 elsewhere. 300, 320. At £300, 320, 320, 340. At 320 to see 340 now. At £320 to see 340 elsewhere. At £320 then, all finished, all short at 320, 340, 360. At 340, 360, 380. At 360 to see 380 elsewhere. At £360 then, all finished, all short at 360. Last chance, all done at 360. 360, bar number 2697. 70 is a 2002 Squier by Fender 20th anniversary Bullet Strat. There we go, the two in the lot there. At £85 I have with bids 90.95. At £90 bid 95 now. At £90 to see 95 elsewhere. At 95, 100. £95 to see 100 now. At £95 holding. I'm going down at £95 then, all finished, all short at £95. 95, 100, 110. At £100 bid in the room, 110 do we see? At 110, 120. Thank you. At 110 do we see 120 elsewhere? At £110 then, all finished, all short at £110. 110, and that's bar number 2260. Lot number 671 is the Epiphone SG Special Electric Guitar. There we go, the two in the lot again at 85, 90, 95. At £90, 95, 100, 110. At £110, 120, 130, 130, 140. At 130 to a C140 now. At 140, 150. At £140 to C150 now. At £140 then, all finished, all short at £140. 140, 140 goes to bar number 2046. Lot number 672 is the Yamaha GL1 guitar Lely within the original box. We have bids here to be away at £20, 25 do we see? At 20 do we see 25 now? At 20 do we see 25 elsewhere? 30, 35. I have 30 on commission, 35 do we see? At £30, 5, 40. I'm out, the bids online at £40, 45. At 40 do we see 45? At £40 then, all finished, all short, done at £40. £40 to 2371. Lot 73 is a JHS Vintage V100 at £95 to 100 do we see? At 100, 110. At 100, 110, 120, 120, 130. At 120 to a C130. At £120 to a C130 elsewhere. At £120 then, all finished, all done at £120. 120 to bar number 333. Lot 674 is a Seagull S6 acoustic guitar. £100 bid, 110 do we see? At £100 with bids, 110 do we see now? At 100 to 110 elsewhere. At £100, all finished, all short at £100. 100. Bar number 2957. Lot number 675 is a 2010 Washburn WD10S acoustic guitar at £80 bid, 85 do we see? At £80 bid, 85 do we see elsewhere? At £80, 5, 90. At £85 we'll see 90 now. At £85 we'll see 90, 90, 95, 95, 100, 100, 110. Thank you. At 100 bid on the internet, 110 do we see? At £100 then, all finished, all short at £100. 100, and that's bar number 2260. Lot number 676 is the CF Martin Backpacker steel string travel guitar There we go at £50, 55, 60 now. At £55, we'll see 60, 60, 65. At £60 bid in the room, 65 do we see elsewhere. At £60, we'll see 65 now. 65, 70, 70, 75. At 70, we'll see 75 now. At £70, we'll see 75. At £70 then all finished all short at £70, 5, 80, 80, 85. At £80, 85 now. At £80, we'll see 85 elsewhere. At £80 then, pounds in the room, we're done at £80, £80, and that's buyer number 302. Lot number 677 is the 1960s Tysco Starway, small-bodied electric guitar. There we go, the Starway there within its original 5-wood case. And at £80, 85 do we see 90. At £85 we'll see 90 now. At £85 we'll see 90 elsewhere. At £85 we'll see 90 now. At £85 90 do we see for one more. At £85 then, all finished all short at £85. Lot number 678 is the 1950s Hohner Congress archtop guitar. At £80 bid, 85 do we see. At 85, 90, 95. At 90 do we see 95 now. At 90 do we see 95 elsewhere. At £90 then, all finished all short at £90. £90. And that's bar number 8003. Lot number 679 is the Thompson TH12 12-string acoustic guitar. We've got 3 in the lot there, and £65 we're bid, and that will sell it. 70 do we see. At £65 for the 3 guitars there, we'll see 70 elsewhere. At £65 then, all finished all short at £65 and selling at 65. 65. We had a bid came in just before my hammer fell there at 70, so we're opening back up. Those of you who are interested and holding at 65, now's your chance to come back in and outbid 70. 75 do we see? 75, you're back, 80. At £75, we'll see 80 now. At £75. The 3 guitars then going away at £75, final warning all done at £75. 75, and that's bar number 2500. Lot 680 is a 1972 Sakura TF120 acoustic guitar. There we go, and at £45, 50, 55, 60 do we see. At £55 we'll see 60 now. At £55 we'll see 60. At £55 we'll see 60 elsewhere. At £55 then, all finished all short at £55. Lot number 681 is the Jasmine by Takamine TS78S acoustic guitar. There we go, at £25 we'll see 30. At £25 we'll see 30 for at £25, 30, 35, at 30, 35 now, 30, 35, 35, 40, at £35 we'll see 40 now, at £35, 40, 45, at £40, 45 do we see, at £40, I'm going down at £40, £40, buy number 26010, lot number 682 is the Robert Skeleton electric guitar, there we go, at £65, 70 do we see, at £65 we'll see 70, at £65 we see 70 elsewhere, at £65 then all finished all short at £65, Hannah going down at £65, 683 is a Moondog Guitars Resonator, £120, 130, 140, at 130 do we see 140 now, at £130 we'll see 140, at 130 do we see 140 elsewhere, at £130 then all finished all short at 130, 130, and that goes to buyer number 2474. Lot number 685 is the Union Surf Wax Oil Can Bass Guitar. There we go, at £65 we'll see 70, at £65 we'll see 70 if you like, at £65 we'll see 70 now coming in for bids, at £65. Hammer going down at £65, interest at 70 for a bid coming in, at £65, 70, 75. At £70 bid, 75 now, at £70. Hammer going down at £70, £70, buy number 2260. Lot number 685 is the Mahalo electric bass ukulele. There we go, good things these. And again at £65 opening, 70 do we see. At £65 with interest, 70 now. At £65 we'll see 70 if you like. At £65. And we all finished short 65, 70, 75, 80, 80, 85. At £80 we'll see 85 now. At 80 we'll see 85 elsewhere. At £80 then, all finished all short, all done at £80, £80. And that goes to buyer 2046. Lot number 686 is the Conic Custom Lap Steel Guitar. There we go, £60 with bid, 65 do we see. At £60, 65, 70, 75, 75, 80, 85. At £80 bid, 85 now. £80 bid, 85 do we see. at £80, 85, 90, at £85 bid in the room, 90 now, at £85 we'll see 90 elsewhere, at £85 then all finished all sure at £85, 85, and that's buy number 302. Lot number 687 is a 1970 Suzuki SD 312 12-string acoustic guitar, £60, 65 now, at £60 bid, 65 do we see, at £60 we'll see 65 elsewhere, at £60 then, all finished sure at £60, £60, and that's buy number 2563. Lot number 688 is the Palmer PH8 electroacoustic guitar at £45, we'll see 50. At £45, 50 now. At £45, we'll see 50 elsewhere. At £45, we're going down at £45, then do a see 50 elsewhere. At £45, then no 50s for one more at 45. Lot number 689 is a 2002 Crafter short scale acoustic guitar at £65, do a see 70 now. At 65, 70, 75. At £70 bid, 75, 80, 80, 85. At 80, you'll see 85 now, 85, 90, 90, 95. At £90, 95, 100, 100, 110. At 100, you'll see 110 now, 100, you'll see 110 elsewhere. At £100 then, 110, 120, 120. Thank you, sir. 120 I now have online, 130 do we see. 120 do we see 130 now. At £120 then, all finished, all sure, all done at £120. 120 all sure, 120 by number 325. Lot number 690 is a 2013 Fender Ron Emery Loyalty Jr. small bodied acoustic guitar at £75, 80 we see, 80, 85. At £80 bid in the room, 85 do we see now, £80, 85 do we see. At £80, hammer going down at £80 then all short, all done, 85, 90, 95. At £90 room bid holding, 95 do we see, 95, 100, 100, 110. At £100 bid, 110 now. At £100 we'll see 110 elsewhere. At £100 room bid holding, 110 do we see. At £100 then, all finished all sure at £100. 100 to buy number 302. Lot number 691 is a 2000 Squier by Infinity Series Strat electric guitar in the green finish there. £50 bid, 55 do we see. At 55, 60. At £55 bid in the room, 60 do we see. At £55 is the room bid holding against the internet, 60, 65, 65, 70. At £65 we'll see 70 now. At 65, 70, 75, 75, 80. At £75 we'll see 80. At £75 the room bid holding, 80 do we see, 75 and selling at 75 in the room, we're done at 75, 80, just to perform my hammer fell, 80, 85. One more, sir. No, sure. £80. Thank you. £80 on the internet then. You've got it just in the nick of time. 80, 85 do we see. At £80. Hammer going down at £80 then all finished 85. 90. At £85 we'll see 90 now. At £85 we'll see 90. At £85 90 now. £85 90 for one more. At £85 then all finished all short at £85. 85 by number 2500. Lot number 692 is the 1950s Wizard branded Harm H1060 De Boer there, small body acoustic guitar. 120 we have with bids, 130, 140, 150, 160. At 150 holding 160 do we see. At £150. Hammer going down at 150, then all finished all short at 150. 150, and that goes to buyer number 2580. Lot number 693 is the 1950s Harmony archtop tenor guitar. There we go, bids at 110, 120, 130. At 120 do we see 130 now. At 120, holding 130 do we see. At £120 on commission against your 130 elsewhere. At £120 then all finished all short at 120, all done. 120, and that's buyer number 18. Lot 694 is the 1970s Eco Ranger 12 acoustic guitar made in Italy, as we state. There we go, and £100 with bids, 110 do we see. 110, 120, 130. At 120 do we see 130 now. At 120 we'll see 130, 120 do we see 130 elsewhere. At £120 then all finished all short 120, 120 by number 2230. Lot 695 is a 1995 Epiphone Jeff Skunk Baxter signature electroacoustic guitar. £100 with bids, 110 do we see. 110, I'll go in the room, 110, 120, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160. Thank you, sir. 150, do we see 160 elsewhere? At 150, holding in the room then, 160 now, 60, 170. Thank you, sir. 160 then holding on the internet against the room, 170 we see. At £160, all finished all done at 160, 160, and that's buy number 2699. Lot number 696 is the 2014 Crafter Pug Guitar, £85 with bids 90 do we see. At £85 we'll see 90, at £85 we'll see 90 elsewhere. 90, I'll go in the route, 95, 100, 110, 120, 130. At 120, holding to a C 130 elsewhere. At £120, hammer going down at 120, room bid all done at 120, 120, buy number 302. Lot 697 is the Aria STG Strat type there, together with the Wesley pointy thing. And at £50 bid, 55 do we see. At £50, 55, 60, 65, 65, 70. At £65, we'll see 70 now. 70 at £65, 70, 75. Thank you, sir. £70 bid on the internet, 75 do we see. At £70, we'll see 75 now, 75, 80. At £75, we'll see 80 now. At £75, we'll see 80 elsewhere. At 80, 85. At £80, we'll see 85 elsewhere now coming in. At £80. And going down at £80, 85, 90. At £85, we'll see 90. At £85, we'll see 90 for one more. At £85, and all finished, all done at £85. 85, and that's buy number 2501. Lot number 698 is the Seagull S12 Cedar 12-string electroacoustic guitar. 160, 170, at 160, holding on the 170 do we see, at 160, 170 elsewhere, at 160, 170, 180, 190, at 180 do we see 190 elsewhere, 180, we're going down at 180, all finished all short at 180, 180, 2902. 699 is the Shine acoustic guitar, £30, 35, 40. 3 guitars in the lot there as illustrated, £35, 40 do we see. At £35. Hammer going down at £35 then for the 3 guitars, 40, 45. At £40 bid, 45 now, £40 bid, 45 elsewhere. At £40. Hammer going down at £40. £40, buy number 2260. Lot number 700 is the Eco Ranger 018 acoustic guitar. There we go, fitted with the Bellcat Iris pickup system. At £50 bid, 55 now. At £50, 55 now. £50, 55 elsewhere. At £50 then, all finished all short at £50. 5, 60, 65. At £60 bid on the internet there, 65 do we see. At £60 then, all finished all short at £60. £60, buy number 2902. Lot number 701 is the Washburn EA9 FTR electroacoustic guitar. There we go, the Washburn there. And at £55 we'll see 60. At £55 we'll see 60 for the Washburn. At £55 we'll see 60 elsewhere. At £55 at 60, 65, 70. At £65 we'll see 70 now. At £65 holding, 70 see elsewhere. At £65 then, selling on the internet then, £70 bid, 75. At £70 bid, 75 do we see. At £70 we'll see 75 elsewhere. £70 selling on the internet then at £70. 75, just before my hammer fell. Thank you there. 80, 80 we now have. 85. At £80 we'll see 85 now. At 80 we'll see 85 now. At £80 then, all finished all short at £80. £80, final warning. £80 goes to buy number 2260. 702 custom built thin line teletype electric guitar. There we go, £80, 85 now. At £80 and it's a selling bid, we'll see 85 elsewhere. At £80 bids on the Surround.com, 85 elsewhere do we see. 85, 90, 95, 100. At £85 with bids, 100 do we see. 100, 110. At £100 this internet bid on the GH Live platform, 110 do we see. At £100 we'll see 110. At £100 then, all finished all short at £100. 100 by number 046. Lot number 703 is the Washburn Woodstock 12-string electroacoustic guitar. 150 with bids, 160 do we see. At £150 bid on the internet, 160, 170, 180, 180, 190, 200. At 190 do we see 200 now, 190 to 200, 220, 240. At 220 then, holding on the GH Live platform, 240 do we see. 240, 260, 280. At 260 do we see 280 now. At 260, 280 for one more. At £260 then, holding 260 and selling on the Easy Life platform at £260. 260 by number 10037. 704, the Washburn Festival Series EA10. There we go, 110 with 120 do we see, 120, 130, 140. At 130 do we see 140. At £130 to see 140 elsewhere. At £130 then, 140, 150, 160, 160, 170, 180.
No, no.
Thank you. 170 to a C180 now. At £170 then, 180, 190, 200. At 190 to a C200 now. 200, 220, 240. At 220 to a C240 now. At £220 to a C240 elsewhere. At £220 then, all finished last chance, all sure done at £220. 220. And that is by number 10037. Lot number 705 is the Peavey Predator electric guitar. There we go, at £65, 70, at £65, 70, 70, 70, 75, at £70 room bit, 75 do we see, at £70 then. Are we all finished? 75, 80, 85, at 80 holding, 85 now, at £80, 85, 90, thank you, £85 to see 90 elsewhere, at £85. Hammer going down at £85 and all finished all sure at 85, 85, and that's by number 2501. 706 is the Hohner Professional HS75 electric guitar at 150 bid, 160 do we see. At 150, 160, 160, 170. At 160 do we see 170 now. At 160 holding in the room, 170 do we see. At £160 then all finished all done at 160. 160 by number 333. Lot number 707 is a Samick Greg Bennett design Royale semi-hollow body electric guitar. 120 with bids, 130 do we see. At 120 do we see 130. At 120 do we see 130 elsewhere. At £120 then, all finished, all short, all done at £120. 130, 140, 150. At 140 do we see 150 now. At £140 we'll see 150 elsewhere. Selling then at £140, all finished, last chance, all done at 140. 140 by number 2046. Lot number 708 is a 2005 Schecter Diamond Series 12 string semi-hollow body electric guitar. £100 with bids, 110 do we see. At 100 bid, 110 now. At 100, 110, 120, 130. At 120 do we see 130 now. At 120, 130 do we see. At £120 then, all finished, last chance, all done at 120, 130, 140. 140, 150. At 140 do we see 150 now. At £140, all finished, all short, all done at 140, 150, 160, 170. At 160 we'll see 170 now. At £160 we'll see 170 elsewhere. At £160 then, all finished, all short, last chance, all done at £160. 160 by number 2710. Lot 709 is the GH Custom Guitars 12 string Les Paul style electric guitar. There we go, £75, 80 do we see, 80, 85. At £80 holding, 85 now. At £80, 85 do we see. At 80 we see 85 elsewhere. At 85, 90, 5. At £90 holding, 95 do we see. At £90 to see 95 now. At £90, hammer going down, 95, 100, 110. At £100 to see 110. At £100 to see 10 elsewhere. At £100 then, all finished, all sure at £100. 100, and that's by number 333. It is, yes. 710 is the Eco Ranger 12 vintage gloss 12 string acoustic guitar with a Fishman pickup system at £80, 85. At 85, 90. At £85 to see 90 now. £85 holding, 90 do we see elsewhere. At £85 then, all finished, all sure at £85. 85, and that is by number 2902. 711 is the 1996 Epiphone Bluesmaster acoustic guitar. 150 bid, 160 do we see. At 150 do we see 160 now. At 150, 160 elsewhere, 160, 170. At 160 room bid holding, 170 do we see. At £160 then, all finished, 170, 180, £170 holding, 180 do we see. Internet against the room then. At 170 do we see 180 elsewhere. At £170, 170, number 2088. And lot number 712 is the Yamaha CGX101 electroacoustic nylon string guitar at £65, we'll see 70. At £65, we'll see 70. £65, we'll see 70 for one more. At £65, that all finished, all short at £65. 65. Lot number 713 is the Harley Benton Pro Series Fusion T left-handed electric guitar at £55, 60 do we see. At £55, 60 for the Harley Benton there. At £55, we'll see 60, 60, 65. At £60 bid, 65 now. At £60. Hammer going down at £60, then all finished, all short at £60. £60 by number 2954. Number 714 is the Burns Club Series Cobra electric guitar. At 140 do we see 150 now. At 140, 150, 160. At 150 do we see 160 now. At £150, you'll see 160 elsewhere. At £150, then room bid holding 50, 150, buyer number 302. Number 715 is the 2003 Hohner Professional B2A headless bass guitar. There we go, 160 with bids, 170 do we see? At 160, 170, 180 to 190. At 180 to a C 190 now. At 180 to a C 190 elsewhere. At 190, 200, 220. At £200 to C 220 now. At £200, 220, 240. At 220, 240, 260. At 240 to a C 260 now. At £240 to a C 260 elsewhere. At 240, 260, 280. At 260 to a C 280. At £260 to C 280 if you like. At £260 then, we'll finish short last chance all done at 260, 260, and that goes to bar number 325. Lot number 716 is the 2016 Squier by Fender Jaguar bass guitar. There we go. And I can start this away with interest at 100 and 170, 180, 190, 200, 220 I have, 240, 260 I have, 280 do we see. At 260 to a C 280, at £260 to a C 280 elsewhere. At £260 holding on commission with my buyer, 280 now. At £260 then, all finished all short, selling on commission at 260, 260, and that is my buyer number 30. Lot number 717 is the 2003 Epiphone Chet Atkins electro nylon string guitar. 120 with bids, 130 do we see. At 130, 140. At 130, holding in the room against the internet, 140 if you're coming back in. At 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 220. At £200 holding, 220 do we see. At £200 then holding in the room, 220 now. At £200 then all finished all done at £200. 200 by number 302. Lot number 718 is the SGC by Nanyo. Bass collection. 5-string bass guitar. £100 bid, 110 do we sit. At 100, 110, 120. At 110 bid in the room now, 120 do we sit. At 110, 120 now, 110, 120 elsewhere. At £110, 20, 130. 130, 140. At 130 it's a room bid holding, 140 do we sit. At 130 do we see 140 now. £130 to see 140 if you like. At 140, 150. At 140 do we see 150 elsewhere. At £140 then all finished all done at 140. 140 by number 2011. Lot 719 is the Westfield B20. 2 guitars in the lot there, £20 bid, 25 do we sit. 25, 30. At £25 we'll see 30 now. At £25 bid, 30 do we see. At £25 bid, 30 do we see elsewhere. At £25 we'll finish all short at £25. £25 by number 10003. Lot number 720 is the 2017 Aria electroacoustic fretless bass guitar. £100 bid, 110, 120. At 110 to a C 120, 120, 130. At 120 to a C 130, 130, 140. At 130, 140, 150, 150, 160. At 150 to a C 160. At £150 then, we're all finished all done at £150. 150, 160, 170, 180. At 170 to a C 180. At £170 to a C 180 elsewhere. At £170 then, all finished all short at 170. 170 by number 2530. 71 is the Aria electroacoustic fretless bass guitar. £40 bid, 45 to C. At £40 to C 45 now. At £40, 45 elsewhere. At £40 then, all finished all done at £40. £40, 100003. Lot 722 is the Gould S-type electric guitar. With the back finish, £25, 30 do we see. At £25 to see 30. At £25, 30, 35. At 30, 35 do we see. At £30 then all finished all short, £30. £30 by number 2610. Lot 723 is Tanglewood acoustic guitar for project spares, together with the other one there. Bids in Serbia coming in there for £30, 35 do we see. At £30 bid, 35 do we see now. At £30, 35 now. At £30 then all finished all short down at £30. Selling at £30, 30, and that's by number 2777. Lot number 724 is a 2013 GHS Vintage VS6 SG electric guitar at £100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170. At 160 do we see 170 now. At 160, 170 elsewhere. At £160, 170, 180. At 170, do I see 180 now? At £170, all finished at £170. 170, buyer number 2358. Lot number 725 is a 2011 GHS Vintage Reissued Series V6 electric guitar. £80 with bids 85 do we see? At £80, I see 85, 85, 90, at £85, 90, 90, 95, 95, 100, at £95 holding, 100 do we see? 100, 110, 110, 120, at 110, 120, 130. Thank you, sir. 120, do I see 130 now? At £120, 130, 140, 150. At 140, do I see 150 elsewhere? At £140, then we'll finish all short at £140. 140, 150, 160, 170. At 160, do I see 170? At £160, then we'll finish all done at £160. 160, bar number 2358. 726 is a 1960s Fenton wheel. Electric guitar need a restoration. Bids from Spain coming in at £100, 110 do we see? At £100, 110 now. At £100, we'll see 110 elsewhere. At £100, then we'll finish all short at £100. 100, and that goes to bar number 2359. Lot number 727 is a 1960s 5296 12-string acoustic guitar in need of attention. £40 bid, 45 do we see? At £40 bid, 45 now. Selling at £40 then to the internet bid at £40. £40, buy number 10003. Lot number 728 is the Fender California Series 3/4 Sonoran. There we go. At £50 with bids, 55 do we see? At £50 on the Sonoran.com, 55, 60, 65, 65, 70. At 65, 70 now, 70, 75. At 75, 80, 85. At £80 bid, 85 now. At £80 to see 85 elsewhere. At £80 then we'll finish all short at £80. 590. At £85 to see 90 now. At £85. It's going down at £85 then we'll finish all short at £85. £85, buy number 2260. Lot number 729 is the Ricky 320 style electric guitar. At 180, 190, 200, 220, 240, 260, 260, 280. At 260 bid, 280 do we see? 280, 300. At 280 do we see 300 now? At 300, 320, 340, 340, 360. At 340 do we see 360 elsewhere? At £340 then, 360, 380, 80, 400. At 380 do I see 400 now? At 380, 400, 400, 420. At £400 to see 420 now? At £400. Hammer's going down at £400 then. Hammer going down at £400. Last chance all done at 400. 400. And that's bar number 2232. Lot number 730 is a Seagull Maho Cedar acoustic guitar. At £65, 70 do we see? At £60 we'll see 70, 70, 75. At £70, 75 now. At £70 bid, 75 do we see? At £70 we'll see 75 elsewhere. 75, 80. At £75, 80, 80, 85. At £80 bid, 85 now. At bid in the room, 85, 85, 90, 90, 95. At £90 we'll see 95 now. At £90 then, 95, 100, 110. At £100 bid, 110 now. At £100 bid, 110, 120, 120, 130. At 120, do I see 130 now? At 120, do I see 130 elsewhere? At £120, then we'll finish all done at 120, 30, 140, 140, 150. At 140, do I see 150? At £140, 150 elsewhere. At £140, then selling in the room all done at 140, 140, buy number 302. 731 is the 2005 Squier by Fender 51 electric guitar. There we go, good guitars these. And it's 10, 120, 130. I have 120, 130, 140. I now have on commission 150 do we see? At 140 on commission, 150 do we see elsewhere? At £140, 150 I'm out, bids online 160. At 150 do we see 160? £150 and all finished all done at 150. 150, and that's buyer number 325. Lot 732 is a 2003 Line 6 Variac 700 electric guitar. And I can start this away. It's various at £160 on commission, 170 do we see? At 160 do we see 170? At £160 we see 170, 170, 180, 190. At 180 holding 190 do we see? At £180 on commission with my 190 do we see now? At £180 then all finished all short at £180. 180 my buyer, number 2218. Lot number 733 is a 2004 Line 6 Variac 700 acoustic guitar. £200 with bids, 220 do we see? At £200, 220 now. At 220, 240, 260. At 240, 260, 260, 280. At 260 to a C, 280 now. At 260 to a C, 280 elsewhere. At £260, 280, 300. At 280 to a C, 300 coming in. At 280, 300 to a C for a bid. At £280 then, all finished all short at £280, 280, and that's buyer number 2052. Lot number 734 is the Tanglewood TW1000N acoustic guitar. There we go, the Tanglewood there at £95 to C100. At £95 to C100 elsewhere. At £95, do I see 100 for the Tanglewood there? At £95 then all finished 100, 110. At £100 is a room bid holding, 110 if you want it on the internet. At £100, do I see 110 elsewhere? At £100. Hammer going down at £100 then, all finished, all done at £100. Selling at £100, all done, 110, 120. Thank you. At 110, do I see 120? At £110, 110, and that's buyer number 2260. 735 is a Squier by Fender Telecaster electric guitar. Korean made there with a black finish. At 130 with bids, 140 do we see. At 130 do we see 140. At 130, 140 elsewhere. At £130 then all finished, all done at 130. 130. And that's buyer number 2232. 736 is a 2000 Squier by Fender Strat electric guitar. £55, 60 do we see. At £55 we'll see 60. At £55. Hammer's going down at £55, all finished, all short at £55. 60, 65. At £60, 65 do we see? At £60. Hammer's going down at £60. £60, buyer number 2260. Lot 737 is a Discovery by Wood electroacoustic guitar. 3 in the lot there. £70 bid, 75 do we see? At £70 bid, 75 now. At £70 bid, 75 do we see elsewhere? At £70 then all finished, all short at £70. £70, buyer number 2638. Lot 738 is a Sun Mustang electric guitar. There we go, the Sun Mustang at £45, I see 50, at 50, 55, at £50 bid, 55 now, at £50, I see 55 elsewhere, at £50 bid, 55 now, 55, 60, 60, £55, I see 60 elsewhere, at £55 then selling at £55, £55, that's buyer number 2260. Lot 739 is a 2020 Gretch Electromatic G2220. Julia jet bass guitar, £80 bids, 85 do we see. At £80 I see 85, at £80. Hammer going down at £80 then all finished 85, 90, 95. At £90 bid, 95 now. At £90 bid, 95 do we see. At £90 then all finished, all short at £90, £90, 95 just in time, 100. At £95 I see 100 now. At £95, 100, 110. At £100 I see 110 now. At £100 it's all short at £100, £100, and that's buyer number 2198. Lot number 740 is a 2020 Ibanez Geo electric guitar. 72 in the lot there. £70 bid, 75 do we see. At £70 bid, 75 now. £70 bid, 75 elsewhere. 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, 110. At £100 bid, 110 now. At 110, 120. At 110 do we see 120. At £110 we see 120 elsewhere. At £110 then all finished, all short at 10. 110, buyer number 10003. Lot number 741 is the 1982 West Tone Thunder 1 bass guitar. I have bids to be away at 110 on commission. 120 do we see. At 110 do we see 120. At 110 do we see 120 elsewhere. At £110 then selling at 110, 20, 130, 140. At 130 do we see 140. At 130 I have on commission against the internet, 140 elsewhere. 140 I'm out online, 150. At £140, 150, 160. At 150 do we see 160. At £150, 160, 170. At 160 do we see 170 now. At £160 do we see 170 elsewhere. At 170, 180. At 170 do we see 180 now. At £170 then, all finished, all short at £170. 180, 190. At 180 do we see 190 now. At £180 then, all finished, all short, 190, 200. At 190 do we see 200 now. At £190, hammer going down at 190, last chance, all short, 190. 200 bid just in time there. 220 do we see. At £200 do we see 220. You coming back in the sell room. You are 20, 240. Get your bids in nice and quickly, please. I don't want to miss them. At 220, 240 now. at 220 on the sellroom.com holding. Final warning, hammer's going down at £220, all finished all short at 220. 220 by number 084. 742 is the Gretch Roots Collection Style free acoustic guitar. There we go, I can start this with bids away at £150 on commission. 160 do we see? 160, 170, 180. 180, I'm out. The bids on the internet. 190 do we see? At 180 do we see? 190. At £180 then. All finished all short done at £180. 180. And that's buyer number 2059. Lot number 73 is a Gear for Music LA Select electric guitar. £50 bid, 55 do we see? At £50 we see 55. At £50, 55 elsewhere. At £50, buyer number 2503. Lot 744 is the East Coast 335 type semi-hollow body electric guitar. At £50, 55 I have, 60 do we see? At £55 I have on commission, 60 do we see? At £55 then, all finished all short, 60, 65. At £60 bid, 65 now, £60. I'm going down at £60, all finished all short done at £60. £60, 2438. Lot number 745, the Simon and Patrick Songsmith acoustic guitar. 160 with bids, 170 do we see? At 160 do we see? 170. At £160 then, 170, 180. At 170 it's a room bid holding. Do we see 180 elsewhere? At 170 room bid, 180 now. 180, 190, 190, 200. At 190 do we see? 200 now. At £190 we see 200 elsewhere. At £190 then, holding in £190. 190, 302. Lot 746 is the Simon and Patrick S&P 12 Cedar 12-string electroacoustic guitar. There we go, 120, 130, 140, 150, 150, 160. At 150 do we see 160. At £150 we'll see 160 elsewhere. At £150 then, all finished all short done at £150. 150 by number 2902. Lot number 747 is the 2003 Ibanez RG370DX electric guitar. There we go, at £45, 50 do we see? At £45 we'll see 50, 50, 55. At 50 do we see 5 now? At 50 holding, 55 do we see elsewhere? At £50 then, all finished all short and make it £50. 5, 60, 5. At £60, 65 do we see? At £60 holding, 65 do we see elsewhere? At £60, all finished all short and at £60. 5, 70, 70, 75. At £70 bid, 75 now. At £70 bid, 75 do we see? At £70 then, all finished all short at £70. £70 by number 333. Lot number 748 is the 1970s Antoria F710 acoustic guitar. 2 in the lot there. I can start this away with interest at £60 with bid, 65 do we see? At £60, 65 now. At £60, 65 do we see elsewhere? At £60. Am I going down at £60 and all finished all short done at £60? 5, 70, 75. 75, 80, 85. At £80 holding on commission, 85 do we see? At £80 then, all finished all done at £80. £80. And that's buyer number 18. Lot number 749 is the 1970s Antoria Woodstock bass guitar. At 140, 150 do we see? At 140 do we see 150? At £140 we'll see 150 elsewhere. 150, 160. At 150 holding in the room, 160 do we see? At 160. 150 holding in the room, 160 if you want it on the internet. At £150, 160, 170. 170, 180. At 170 holding at the back of the room, 180 we see. At £170. Hammer going down at £170, then room bid all done at 170, 80, 190. Okay, thank you, sir. At £180, we'll see 190. At £180, 180, 2371. Lot 750 is the Yamaha APX T1N electroacoustic nylon string travel guitar. At £50, 55 now. At £50 on the GH Live platform, 55 do we see? At £50, 55. At £50, we'll see 55 elsewhere. Okay, £50, 55, 60 then. At £55, we'll see 60. At £55, 60, 65, 70. At £65, we'll see 70 elsewhere. At £65, then we'll finish 65, 70, 75. At 70, we'll see 75 now. At 70, we'll see 75. Hammer going down at £70 then. At £70. Hammer going down at £70. Last chance we're done at 70. 70, and that's bar number 2777. That is my last lot for now, ladies and gents. I'll be back for the amps. My colleague Julie Hobbs will ascend the rostrum and take you through the next lot.
We shall carry straight on, ladies and gents, and move on to lot 751. The Peavey Grind 4 bass guitar. There we are, and we are bids away at 75, 85, 90. We're up to with bids on GH Live at £90 and 5. We are bid in the room, 95, 100, room bid, £95 now, 100 do we sit? At 95, room bid, 100, 100, 110, 110, 120, at 110 then, 120, £110 in the room bid then against the internet then, GH Live, would like to come back, 20, 130, thank you, 120 then online, GH Live at 120, 130, at 120 comes now holding then, 120, 130, all done then, at 120 on the internet at 120, 120, and that's 22542. 752, the Richwood Artist Series semi-hollow body electric guitar. There we go, and we are bid straight in at £100, 110. GH Live then at 100, 110, 110, 120. At 110 bid in the room then, 120, 110, 120. We'd like to come back on GH Live, 120, 130, 130, 140. At 130, 140. At £130 now in the room we're bid at 130, 140. At 130 then all done then and selling 140, 150. 140 then on GH Live then at 140 against the room. At 140 then holding online then against the room bidder then at £140. All done then selling at £140. All done at 140. 140, 2501. 753 is the Squier by Fender Stratocaster electric guitar in the red finish there, at 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170. Good bid in here online then, we're up to 170, 180. At 170 then, 180 do we see? 170 holding on GH Live then, 180, 180, 190. In the room bid at 180, 190. £180 now, it's a room bid against you online. 180, you'd like to come back. At £180 now, 190. 180 then, selling in the room at 180, 190, 200, 200, 220. At £200 now, 220, 200, 220. £200 now in the room then and selling at £200. Last chance online, you're back just into 40. Thank you very much. 220 then online, made it just in time, £220. All done then at 220, 220. Thank you for the bits on that one. 325. 754 is the Sony electric guitar. There we go, made in Japan, circa 1970, at £45 and 55, at £50, 55 do we see, at £50 now 55, at £50 now 55 do we see elsewhere, then at £50 and 5, at £50 now then, all done are we then at £50, 5 elsewhere, all done then at £50, all short of 50, thank you. Lot 755 is a 1997 Epiphone SG electric guitar. And we are bid at 75, 85, 95, 100, 100, 110, 110, 120. Bids online then, and we're up to 110, 120. At £110 now, 120 on GH Live, then at 110, 120. At 110 then on GH Live, then at £110. All done are we at £110, 120, 130. At 120 then GH Live still with a bid then at 120, 130, at £120, 130 elsewhere. 120 GH Live then holding at £120 and selling, all done, 120, and that's 2325. 756, 1997 Epiphone Les Paul electric guitar in the sunburst finish. At 85, 95, 100, 100, 110, £100 now, 110. GH Live then 110, 110, 120. At 110 then 120. GH Live then at £110 holding then 120. At 110, 120, 120, 130. At 120 then GH Live 130 still going. Bids then on GH Live with a couple of bidders then at 130 we have 140. At 130, 140, GH Live then at £130, 140 do we see, all done then at £130, selling at £130, 130, and that's 2358. 757 is the modified 1982 Ibanez Blazer series electric guitar, made in Japan, and at £50 and 5 and 60. £55 now, 60 do we see? 60, 65, at £60, 5, 70, 70, 75, at £70, 75, room bid holding then at £70 against you online then, 5, 80, 80, 85, at £80, 85, room bid still holding then against you online then at £80 and 5 do we see? 5, 90,
Yeah.
90, 95, £90 now, 95, £90, 5, 100, thank you very much, 95 then on GH Live then holding against the room bidder at £95, 100 at £95, GH Live then at £95, all done at £95, 95, that's 2, 3, 5, 8. 758 is the 2001 Summit Greg Bennett design hollow body electric guitar, the natural finish there. And we are bid straight in at 150, 160 do we see? 150 then on GH Live then with a bid then at 150 holding. 150, 160, £150 now on GH Live then at £150, all done then at £150, all short at 150 and selling. So close.
So close, almost.
Lot 759 is a 1997 Squier by Fender Affinity Series tele electric guitar, sky blue finish, there it is with the two others, 3 in the lot, £95, various bids on Easy Live this time at 95, holding the bid, it's a selling bid at 95, 100, 100. It's a room bid just before the internet, 100, 110, if you'd like to come back, you do, 110, 120, 120, 130. At 120 then in the room, holding at 120, 130, £120. In the room here with me then at 120, 130, you're coming back, you are 130, 140. Gone online now at 140, 150, 140, 150. GH Live then at 140 and 50 do we see? £140 all done then at £140 all done at 140, 2260. 760 is the 2003 BC Rich Beast Body Art Collection Limited Edition electric guitar. That's a good introduction, isn't it? There it is, and it is a beast. Look at that. Slot 760, £100 away. 110 do we see? At 100, 110, 110, 120. Flashing up here, where we to 130 now online, little bids coming in, everyone wants it, 140. 140 now online, 140, 150. GH Live then 140, 150, going online now, lots of bids at 140, 150, 150, 160. At 150, 160. At £150 holding then on GH Live at 160 now, 160, 170. At 170, 180. At 170, 180. 180, 190, 180, GH Live, 190, 190, 200, £190 now, 200 do we see, 200, 220, at £200, 220, 240, 240, 260, at 260, 280, 280, 300, at 280, 300, 320, 340, at 300, 340, 360, at £340 now, 360 do we see, at £340, holding on GH Live at 340, 360, 340 then, GH Live then at £340. Any more bids in this one then at 340, good bid in at £340, all done at 340, 340. Uh, 761 is the BC Rich Mockingbird electric guitar at 55 and 60 do we see, at £55 now and 60, 60, 65, at £60 now, holding on GH Live then 65, 5, 70, £65 now, 70, 70, 75, GH Live then at 70, 75, 75, 80, £75, 80, on GH Live then 80, 85, couple of bidders here on GH Live then at £80, we're holding then at 85, do we see, at £80. On GH Live then at £80, all done at £80, £80, and that's the 2803. 762 is the Peavey Predator Plus ST7 7-string electric guitar, made in Korea, this one. at 45, 50 do we see at 40, 50, 55, at £50 with bid and 560, sir, 60, 65, at £60, 65, 60 holding, then in the room at 65 do we see, at £60, 65, 5 and 70, 70, 75, at £70, 75, still in the room then against you online then at £70 and 5 do we see, £70, all done are we, 5 and 80, 5 then GH Live and holding at £75 then against the room bidder then at £75, all done then at £75, all short at 75, 75, that's 2, 3, 80 just in time on Hammer. At 85 now we have 85 coming back, 85, 90, at 90, 95, at £90, 95, GH Live holding then at 90 and 5. 95, still going online then at 95, 100, 100, 110. 100 then holding on GH Live then at £100, 110. £100, all done are we now at £100, all done or sure at £100. 100, and that's 2, 2, 3, 5, 8. Thank you. Lot 763 is the Dan Electro 56 electric guitar in the black finish there at 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 180. Lots of bits on the GH Live platform then at 180, 190, 190, 200, 200, 220, 220, 240. At 220 in the room then against internet then £220 holding, 240. At 220, 240, at £220. Holding the room against your line at £220, all done then at 220, 220 to 302, thank you very much. 764 is in 1995 by Fender Stratocaster electric guitar. There we go, and it bids away at 75, 85, 90, 85 then on GH Live, then 85 and 90 do we see, 90, 95 going online still at 95, 100, at £95 now on GH Live, then at 95, 100 do we see, at £95. GH Live then holding then at £95, all done at 95, or sure all done, selling at 95, there we go, £95, 2, 4, 4, 4. 765 is the Switch Vibracell electric guitar in the black finish there at £55 away and 60 do we see, 55 and 60, £55 now, 60 do we see at 55 and 60 elsewhere. At £55 now then, 60 do we see at £55 all done, 60, 65, at £60 now on GH Live then at 60, 65, at £60, holding on GH Live then at £60. All done at £60 or short, 60, £60, 2, 3, 5, 8. 766 is the Jackson DX7 7-string electric guitar. A red metallic finish, this one. And away at 75 and 80 do we see, 80, 85, at £80 holding then 85 do we see, 5 and 90, 90, 95. 95, 100, 100, 110, £100 are in the room at 100, 110 do we see, £100 now, 110 do we see, 100, 110. At £100 now then, all done at £100, 100, 2, 3, 3, 767 is the 1990s Dean Baby Z electric guitar, 333. Dean Baby's electric guitar there at £75 away, then 80 do we see, 75 and 80, at £75 now, 80 do we see elsewhere, then at £75, 80 do we see, at £75 now, 80, 85, at £80 now, 85 do we see, at £80, 85. At £80 now, 85 do we see elsewhere, then at £80, all done at £80, £80, 333, thank you. 768, 6-string guitar banjo within the compressed foam case. Various interests with me on commissions. Lots of bidders want this one, and we bid at 85 and £9. I have 19.95 at £90 now, 95 do we see, at £90 and 5. At £90 now, 95 do we see, £90 and 5. £90 now then, all done then at £90 with me on commission, all done at 90, £90, 2, 5, 3, 2. Thank you. Lot 769 is the 1970s K20B bass guitar. Sunburst finish, this one. That looks like a good guitar. Nice style to that body there. At £70, we are bid at £70 and 580. We'll take 80, 80, 85. Against the internet then at 80, 85, 5, 90, 90, 95. 90 in the room, 95, 5, 100, 100, 110. 100 the room bid then, 110 if you'd like to come back, 110 you do, 120, thank you. 110 then on saleroom.com, then at 110, 120. At 110 then, 120 do we see, 110 holding on the saleroom.com then at £110, all done at 110. £110, 8022. Lot 770 is the JHS Vintage V electric guitar. There we go, the black gloss finish. Lots of interest in it at 220, 240, 260 do we see, 240, 260, 280 we're bid. 300 we're up to. At £300 we have bid on the GH Live platform at £300, 320. At £300 now, 20 do we see? At £300, 320. At £300 now, GH Live then at £300, 320 do we see? At £300. We all done then selling at £300 on the GH Live platform at £300. 300 to 2046. 771 is the Sunlight LP type electric guitar with the picked cup modifications. Sunburst finish, this one at 120, 130, 140, 150 do we see, 140, 150. At £140 now, 150 do we see, 140, 150. At £140, 150 do we see elsewhere then at £140, all done then at 140. Lot 772 is the 1990s Tanglewood Chicago semi-hollow body left-handed electric guitar. At £60, 570, both platforms go in here, and we're up to £95, 95, 100 do we, at £95 now on GH Live, at 95, 100, at £95 now, 100 do we see, at 95, 100, at £95 now on GH Live, then at 95, 100 elsewhere, at £95, all done then at £95 on GH Live, then at £95, all done at 95. Lot 773 is the Tanglewood left-handed electroacoustic bowlback guitar. At £55 now, 60 we see, at £55 now, 60, at £55 for the bowlback guitar, then at 55 and 60 coming in then, at £55 now and 60. At £55 now, 60 do we see elsewhere, then at £55. All done then at £55, all done at 55, or sure at £55. Lot 774 is a 1970s CSL Les Paul type left-handed electric guitar. There we go, 75 and 80 do we see, at £75 now, 80, at £75 now, 80 do we see, coming in for a bid then, 80, 85, 5, 90, at £85 now on GH Live holding them, 95 we're up to now, it's at 100, 110, at £100 now then, 110 do we see, 100, 110, 110, 120, at 110 then, 120 do we see, at £110 now then, 120, 120, 130, at 120 then, 130 do we see, 120, 30. GH Live then at 130, 140, at 130, 140, at £130 now, 140 do we see, 130, 140. GH Live then at £130, 140 do we see, at 130. On GH Live then at £130, 140 do we see, at 130, all done then on GH Live then at £130, all done or sure at £130. 130, GH Live 2501. 775 is the old Music Man type bass guitar with some imperfections as catalogued there. In the red finish there, we're bid at £30 and 35, 35, 40, £35. I've taken a bid in the room at 35, 40 if you'd like to come back online. 30, 40 we do, 45, 45, 50. £45 now, 50 we see at 45, still in the room then at 45 and 50 do we see. At £45 now and 50, in the room bid then at £45, all done at £45. Thank you, 45 to 333, thank you. 776 is the Fender electroacoustic guitar, the two in the lot there, with the BM concert nylon string guitar there. At £60 bid then at 60, 65, at £60 now, 65 do we see, all the two cars then at £60, any more bids in this one then at £60, on Easy Live then at 60, at £60, 65, at £60, hold it then at £60, all done then at £60, £60, 10003. 777 is the Daisy Rock electroacoustic nylon string guitar in the pink finish. There we go. At £30, 35 do we see, at £30, 35, at £30, 35 do we see, at £30, 35. 35, 40, at £35 now, 40 do we see, at £35. On GH Live then at £35, all done at 35, or short at £35, £35 to 2954. 778 is the JHS Vintage Reissued Series V6 electric guitar, and we're bid at 90 and 95. We have 95 bid with me on commission, and 95, 100 do we see? At £95, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140 sir, 130 still holding with me then at 140 do we see? £130 with me on commission then at 130, 140, at £130, 140, 140, 150 with me still on commission holding. At £150 now, 160 do we see? 150, 160. Still with me on commission then, 160. I am now out. Bids with you online on the GH Live platform. Thank you. Holding with you then at £160 against me at 160 GH Live then. 170 do we see? At £160, all done then at 160, and selling all done at 160. £160, 2, 3, 5, 8. 779 is the 1982 Ibanez Roadstar 2 Series electric guitar. At 65 and 75 do we see? 75, yep, 75 and 80. At 80, 85, 5, 90. 80, 90, 95, sir, 95, 100, Ruben 95, 100 if you'd like to come back, 100, 110, 110, 120, 110 in the room, 120 do we see, 120 on the other platform, 130, thank you very much, 120 then on the sourroom.com now, hold in, 120 against the room bidder and the other internet platform, 120 on the sourroom.com, 130, do you want to come back H Live then, at 120, 130. Sourroom.com then at 120, all done, then down at £120 on the Sourroom.com, all done at 120, 120, and that's 28137. 780 is the 1970s Japanese lap guitar, comes with a fitted case as well, this one, at £60 and 5, and where are we going with this one? We've got to £90. Lots of bids coming in then at £90. We have 5, do we see? At £90, 95, 5, 100. GH Live then holding a couple of bidders there on £95, 100 do we see? At GH Live then £95, 100 at £95. On GH Live then selling at £95, done at 95, £95. That's 227.95. Lot 781 is the Takamine G Series electroacoustic guitar, made in Korea. With a Hiscox hard case, this one, at £75 and 80 do we see, at 75, 80 do we see then, at 75 and 80, 85, 5, 90, 90, 95, at £90 now, and then on GH Live then at £90 and 5, at 95, 100, at £95, 100, 100, 110, at 100 then GH Live then at £100, 110 do we see elsewhere, at 110 coming in are you, at £100, 110, 20. At 110, 120 do we see? £110 now, 120 at 110. GH Live then at 110, all done. Then selling at £110, all done. At 110, GH Live. 3, 2, 5. Thank you. 782 is the 4-string ukulele bass within the original gig bag. Bid straight in on this one, and we're a couple of bidders there, and we're up to £80 with interest. GH Live at 80 and 5. At 85, 90, 90, 95. At £90 now on GH Live, then with 2 bidders there at £90 and 5 elsewhere then, and we're up to 100 now, 110. At £100 now, holding then GH Live £100, all done, and selling then at £100, all done, 100, and that's 22218. 783, 2 guitars, the JHS Vintage V99 electric guitar, together with the Epiphone Les Paul Special 2. One has a neck repair as catalogued. There we go, still interest in it though, and we're bid at £90 and 95, do we sit? At £90, 95, GH Live then at 90 and 5, £90 now, GH Live then at 90, any further interest then at £90, 5, 100, 100, 110, at 100 then, 110 do we see? £100 and 10, £100 now then, all done, £100 and 10 coming in, and 10, 20. At 110, 120, 120, 130, at 120 then, 130 do we see? 120, 130. 120 then, GH Live then at £120, all done at 120 and selling, all done, 120, and that's 22610. 784 is the 1970s Zenta short scale bass guitar, together with a Japanese made Granada classical guitar in need of some restoration. 2 guitars. At £55, 60 do we see? At £55 now, 60 for all the 2 guitars then at 55 and 60 do we see? At £55, 60. At £55 now, 60 do we see elsewhere at 55. Done then at £55, all done or short at £55. Thank you. 785 is the J Tersa semi-hollow body electric guitar. At £100 away then, 10 do we see? 110, 120. At 110 we're bid then, 120 do we see? At 110, 120, 130 sir, 130, 140. At 130 then, 140 do we see? At £130 now, holding the room, 130, coming back, 130, 140. At 140, 150, 150, 160. At 150, 160 do we see? At £150 now, 160. At 150, holding. All done are we then, £150. Still holding the room there at 150. Finished, all done are we at £150. 150, 2333. 786 is a 1970s Shaftesbury Ned Callan Hombra 511 electric guitar with the tobacco sunburst finish there, and with interest in it at 150, 160, 170, 180, up to £200 bids. At £200, 220 do we see? At £200 now, GH Live holding then at £200 and 20. £200, all done at £200 or short £200. £200 to 2711. 787 is a 2005 Line 6 Variax acoustic guitar. Bids at 100, 110, 120. I have a bid at 120, any more there? 120, 130, at 130, 140. At 130 then, holding on the internet then against me, and at 130, 140. At £130 now, 140 do we see? 140 going online now, we're up to 150, 160, 160, 170. A couple of bidders there on GH Live then. At 160, 170. At £160 now, 170. GH Live then at £160, all done and selling at £160. 160 to 945. 788 is the 2014 Ibanez electric guitar with the factory integrated Korg Chaos pad. There we are, satin black finish at £130 we are bid, 130, 140. £130 now, 140 do we see? At 130, 140, 150, 160. At 150 still with me, 160 do we see? At 150 still holding with me on commission then. 160, I'm now out, bids now online at 160, 170. At 160, 170 do we see? GH Live and at 160 against me, hold it. At 160, 170, at £160. On GH Live then at £160, all done at 160, 160, that's 2077. 789 is the Kambara 8Y acoustic guitar with the soft bag there. Bids various at 55, 5, 60, 65, 70. At £65 now, each live then 65, 70, 75, 580. At £75 now, 80 do we see on the GH Live platform holding now, and we're up to £85 and 90. £85 now, 90 do we see, 85. GH Live then at £85, all done on still going at 90, 95, 100. At £95 on GH Live now holding 95, 100 do we see at £95, all done at £95, 100, 110, 110, 120. At 110 now, 120 do we see at £110, still holding on GH Live then at 110, 120, 110 then all done then selling at £110, all done at 110, 120, 130. At 120 now we have 130 do we see, 120, 130. GH Live then at 130, 140. At 130 then 140, at 130 all done then at 130, 130, 3, 2, 5. Lot 790 is the 2009 Tokai Love Rock electric guitar with a black finish at 150, 160, 170 with interest we have on GH Live, then at 180 do we see, at 170, 180, 180, 190, 200, at 190, 200, at £190 now, 200 do we see, 190, 200. At 190 then 200, £190, 200 do we see. GH Live then at £190, all done then and selling at 190, 190, 2046. 791 is the Phoenix by Young Chang Tia electric guitar. Bids here at 150, 160, 170, 180, 180, 190. GH Live then at 180, 190 do we see. At £180 now, 190. At 180, 190, 190, 200, 200, 220. At £200 now, 220. £200 now, GH Live holding then at £200, 220 do we see at £200. All done then and selling at £200, all sure at £200, 200, 2046. 792 is the Enigma Les Paul type electric guitar. Bids in on Easy Live then at £60 and 5 do we see. £60, 65, 570 in the room bid then at 65, 70 do we see, holding in the room at 65 and 70. At £65 now do we see at £65, 70 do we see elsewhere then at £65, all done at 65, 65 to 333 in Q. 793 is Hutchins Amatis style electric guitar. It's got a child size S-type electric guitar. There we go, the two in the lot there. At £75, 80 do we see for the two there at 75 and 80. At 75, 80, 80, 85. On July then at 80, 85, 5, 90. £85 now, 90, 90, 95. At £90 now, 95, 95, 100, 100, 110. At 100 on GH Live then, £110 we are bid. GH Live at 110, 120. At 110 then, 120. 110, GH Live holding then at £110, 120 do we see, selling then at £110, all done at 110, 110, and that's to 2904. 794, 1981 Aria Pro Cardinal Series electric guitar. In the trans blue Senash colour there, that's a nice colour, isn't it, that blue. 794 at £120, 130 do we see. At 120, 130, 130, 140. At £130 now, 140 do we see. 130 holding then on GH Live then at 130, 140. 140, 150, 150, 160. At 150 then, GH Live then at 150, 160. At £150 now, 160 do we see. On GH Live and holding then at 150, 160. £150 now then, all done then at 150, 160 do we see, selling then on GH Live then at 150, all done at 150, thank you, and that's to 2077. Lot 795 is the Martin Backpacker Travel Guitar, made in Mexico with the original big bag. Lots of interest in this one. I've got interest on commission as well at £90, 95, 100 we're up to, 110, 120 we now have, 120, 130, at 120, 130 we see, it's still holding with me at 120, 130 do we see elsewhere, at 120, 130, 140, 150, 140 still with me then at 140, 150 do we see, still on commission with me at £140, 150. At 140 then, 150 do we see, at 140 still holding with me against the room bidder then at 140, 150. £140 all done at 140, 140, and that's the 2171. 790 is the Yamaha F310 acoustic guitar, and this one away at 55, 60 do we see this time at 55, and 60 do we see elsewhere then at £55, 60. At £55 now for the acoustic guitar, then at 55, and 60 do we see at £55. We all done then at £55, all done at 55, all short at £55. Lot 797, the Yamaha 12-string electro acoustic guitar. £60 and 5 do we see, so up to 70 now, a couple of bids coming in there at £70, 75, at £70, 75, 80, 80, 85, 85, 90. At £90 I have 95, at £90 GH Live then holding at £90 and 5 do we see, at £90 now 95, 95, 100 we're up to 110, at £100 holding then 100, 110 do we see, 110, 120, 120, 130, and 20, 130, GH Live then at £120, 130 do we see, at £120 all done 130, 140, 140, 150, at 140, 150, GH Live then at £140, 150, at 140. £140, 150 now, 160, at 150, 160, at £150, 160 do we see, £150. GH Live then at £150, all done at 150, 150, and that's 2, 3, 5, 8. 798 is the 2002 Squier by Fender Affinity Series 20th Anniversary Strat electric guitar. Midnight Blue finish this one. Bids at 55, 60 do we see, 60, 65, at £60 we're bidding the room, then at 5 do we see, at £60, 65, at £60 now holding, then at £60 and 5 do we see, at 65, 70, 70, 75, at £70, 75, at £70, 75 do we see, holding in the room, 75 and 80, 80, 85, at £80, 85, at £80 still holding in the room, then at £80 and 5. At £80, 85, still here in the room then, 85 do we see, £80, 85, at £80. In the room, going to sell then against the internet then at £80, or then at £80, 5 just in time, 90. One more?
Yeah.
£90 with bid in the room, 95, at £90, 95, at £90. Are we all done then at £90, selling in the room at £90, all done at £90, £90, 2, 3, 3, 3, thank you. 799 is a Hohner Professional SE35 semi-hollow body electric guitar, and interest in it, and we've got interest at 140 with me, 150 online, I'm out, 150, then 160 do we see. At £150 now then 160, at 150, 160, at £150 now 160 do we see on the GH Live platform then at £150, all done at 150, 150, 22759. Lot 800 is the K Collector electric guitar. Bids at 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, holding on GH Live platform 160. At 150 then 160 do we see, at £150 now 160, at 150, 160. GH Live then at £150, all done at £150, all done at 150, 150, and that's 22230. 801 ZK Effector electric guitar, made in Korea with a sunburst finish, Sun Imperfections as catalogue there. And we're bid at £100, 110 do we see, at £100 now, 110. Sellroom.com holding then at 100, 110 do we see elsewhere, at £100. Are we all done then at £100, 110, 120, 120, 130, at 120 then 130, at 120 then still holding then on sellroom.com at 20, 130. At £120 now then, all done then at £120, all sure all done at 120. 120, that's 28013. 802 is the Aria ST Series jazz bass guitar, the black finish there, and we are bid at 25, 30, 35, 40, 35 pounds now, 40 we have, 35 and 40 do we see at 35 pounds. On GH Live then at 35 pounds, 40 do we see elsewhere then at 35 pounds and 40, 35 pounds, all done at 35 pounds, all done and selling at 35 pounds, 35 pounds, and that is 22056. 803 is a 1970s Univox hollow body electric guitar, and we have interest at 80, 85 and 90, 90, 95, at 90 pounds, 95, 100, 100, 110, bids on the internet then holding on the salroom.com at 100 pounds. Against the other platform, any more interest on the other platform there on GH Live then at 100 we have holding on salroom.com at 100 pounds, 110, at 100 pounds. And then selling at 100 pounds, all done or sure at 100, at 100 pounds, and that's 28013. Thank you. Lot 804 is 1970s K Barney Kessel type electric guitar, sunburst finish, and we have various interest in this one, and bids at 100 pounds, 110 we have with me, 110, 120. At 110 then, 120 do we see at 110 pounds now, 120. At 110 then, 120 do we see at 110, 120. Done at 110, 110, that's 2151. 805 is the Tanglewood electroacoustic guitar in the blue burst finish. At £25, 30 do we see at 25 and 30, 35, 40, 45, at £40 now on GH Live, 45 and 50 going on the salroom.com, 50, 55, 55 and 60, GH Live now at 55 and 60, 60, 65, £60, 65, at £60, salroom.com holding, coming back on GH Live are you? Have another bid then at 65, at £60, holding on the salroom.com, at 60, 65, tempt you for one more bid then at £60, salroom.com then selling at £60, all done at £60, £60, and that's to number 8044. 806, 1980s Washburn and acoustic guitar. There we go, and this one away at 30, 35, see, £30, 35, at £30 now, 35 do we see, £30, 35, at £30 now, 35 do we see, £30, 35, at £30, all done at £30, or sure at £30. Thank you. 07, 4 acoustic guitars, to include the Stag SW201 acoustic guitar and the 3 others there. Can't go wrong, can you? 4 guitars for your money, £5, 40. At £35 now, 40 do we see? At £35 now, 40. Holding on easy like that at £35, 40 do we see? 40, 45. At £40, 45. At £40, 45 do we see? Holding then GH Live, holding now at £40, 45. Any more bids in this one? 4 acoustic guitars, £40, 45 elsewhere at £40. All done at £40, £40, 2260. 808 is the Lag Jet electric guitar in the Honeyburst finish. At 55 and 60 do we see? £55 now, 60. At £55 now, 60 do we see? Coming in for a bid then? £55 and 60 elsewhere. At £55 now then and 60. At £55, 60 do we see? £55, 60, 65. At £60 now, 65 do we see? £60, 65. On GH Live then at £60 and 5. At £60, all done then at £60. £60, 2610. 809 is the Yamaha bass guitar, the Candy Apple Red finish, this one at £60 and 5 do we see it, £60, 65, at 65 and 70, room bid then at 65 and 70 do we see it, £65 now, 70, at £65 now, 70 do we see, at £65, we're bidding the room then at £65, at 70, 75 sir, 75 and 80, at £75 now, 80 do we see, at £75, all done at £75, all done then with you sir at £75, 75,
308.
308,
Yes, thank you.
thank you very much. Lot 810 is 1950 is the Zenith Model 17 archtop guitar in needs of some attention. There we go, with a bow to the neck as catalogue there. At £25 away, 30 do we see, 30, 35. At £30 now, 35 do we see, at £30, 35. At £30 now we have then at £30, 35, at £30. With you, so then at £30, all done at £30. There we go, £30, 337. 811 is Tanglewood Crossroads TWCR acoustic guitar in the satin brown burst finish there. At £35, 40 do we see, this time then at 35 and 40. At £35 now, 40 do we see, at £35, 40 elsewhere, then at £35 and 40. At £35 now, 40 do we see, 35, 40, 40, 45. At £40, once you live then at 40, 45, at £40. All done are we then at £40, and GH Live then at £40, all done at £40, £40, and that's to 2466. Well, 812 is the 1930s Sears Roebuck Supertone small-bodied acoustic guitar. Two in the lot. There we go, two in the lot there. And away 95, 100, 110, 120 do we see? At £110 now with bid, holding with me then at 110, 120. At 120, 130 with me, 140. At 130 against the internet then, 140 do we see? 140, 150, 160. Still with me at 150 then, 160 do we see? At 150, 160, 170 with me, 180. At 170, 180. At 170, 180, 190, 200. 200, 220 with me, 240. At 220 then, holding with me then at 220, 240 do we see? Still holding me then against the internet then at £220, 240. All done then, selling at £220, all done at 220, all short, 220 to 2357. 813 is the Underwood Weissenborn style electroacoustic guitar with the gig bag there. Lots of interest in it online, and we've got bids and we're up to 150, 160, 170, 180, 170, 180 do we see? At £170 now, 180. GH Live at 170, 180. 170 then selling at £170. 170, 2428. 814 Tanglewood acoustic guitar. The natural finish top there, 80 to 85. At £80 now with bids, 85 do we see? GH Live then at £80 and 5. At £80 now, 85. At £80. All done at £80. £80, 2638. 815, 1989 Squier by Fender Stratocaster electric guitar. £80 straight in, then at 80, 85 do we see? GH Live then at £80 and 5. Going online then up to £95, 100. Hold on GH Live at 95, 100. At £95, 100 do we see? At £95, 100. GH Live then at £95, all done at 95, 95, and that's 2444. 816, 2015 Squier by Fender Classic Vibe 50 Stratocaster electric guitar. At 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 180, 190, £180 GH Live then at 180, 190. At 180 holding down, 190 do we see? On GH Live then at £180, all done at 180, 180, 2046. 817, 1970s Echo Rio left-handed acoustic guitar. 100, 110, 120, 130, 130, 140. At 130, 140 do we see? At £130, 140, 140, 150. At 140, 150. At £140. GH then at 140, 150. At 140. We're done then at 140. 818 is the Aria left-handed acoustic guitar. Together with a mid-century Eastern European acoustic guitar, two in the lot, 35 bid, 40 do we see? £35 now, 40, at £35. On Easy Live then at 35, 40 do we see? At £35. We're done at £35. 819, 1970s Japanese short-scale electric guitar with the red burst finish, together with a Rockwood by Hohner child's guitar there, two in the lot. And we've got bids at £45 away, £45, 50, 55 with me, 60 do we see, £55 now, 60. At £55 now it's bid with me then, 55 and 60. At £55 now, 60 do we see. At £55 now coming back then, are you at £55? Holding with me then at £55, all done at 55. £55, 2309. 820 clear auto electric lap guitar. At 45, I've got 6, I'm now out, 65 online against me then, 65, 70, holding online then. My bid is out then at 65 on GH Live then at £65 now, 60 do we see. GH Live then at £65, 70, 70, 75, at £70, 75, 75, 80, £75 now, 80, 80, 85, at £80 now, 85, at £80. On GH Live then at £80 and 90, £85 now, 90 do we see. On GH Live then at £85, all done at £85, all done. 85, and that's 2991. 821 is the Ozark electroacoustic tenor guitar. Bids going on both platforms here at 120, 130, 140, 150, 160. At 150, 160 do we see. At 160, 170. At 160, 170, £160 now, 170. At 160, 170. At £160, 170, 170, 180. At 170, 180, 180, 190. 180, 190 do we see. GH Live then at 180, 190. At 180, 190, £180. 190 do we see. GH Live then at 180, £180. 2530. 822 is Good Music Union Jack Les Paul type electric guitar with the original soft bag there. £60 away then, £60, 65. At £60 now, 65 do we see. At £60, 65 on the Easy Live platform then at £60 and 5. 5 and 70. At £65 now, 70. GH Live now coming in with a bid then at 65 and 70 do we see. At £65 and 70. £65 all done at 65. £65 2260. 823 is the Freshman 20th Anniversary Series electroacoustic guitar at £80, 85, at £80, 85, at £80 now, 85 do we see coming in then at £80, 85, at £80 now, 85, at £80, 85 do we see, £80 all done at £80. Lot 824, the Yamaha Storio acoustic guitar. Made in China, this one at £120, 130, 140, 150 do we see, at 140, 150, at £140 then, 150 do we see, at £140, 150, at 140, 150, at £140, 150, 160, 150 then holding on GH Live then at 150, 160, at 150. With the bid then on GH Live then at 50. $825 is the Yamaha acoustic guitar there. Made in Taiwan, this one, we're bid at £90 at 5. At 95, 100. At £95 we're in the room, bid at 95, 100 do we see? 100, 110, 110, 120. At 110 then, 120. At 110 then, 120 do we see in the room? 120, 130. 130, 140. At 130, 140. At £130 now, 140 do we see? At 130, 140. At £130 now, 140 do we see? All done then, selling in the room at 130. 130.
308.
Thank you very much. 826, 2006 Dean Evo electric guitar. At 1995, 100. At £95 now, 100 do we see? At £95 now, 100. At £95, 100 do we see? Must be a bid in this one with that flame front on there. There it is, £100. Great guitar, £100, 110. At £100 now, 110 do we see? 100, 110. GH Live at £100. 110 do we see? £100. Selling to GH Live then at £100. There we go, £100. 2260. 827 is the Tosco Top 20 electric guitar. At £60 and 5 do we see it? £60, 65. At £60 now, 65. At £60, 65 do we see? At £60 now, then all done then at £60, all sure at £60 and 5, 70. At £65 now, 70 do we see? Holding on GH Live then at £65 now, 70 do we see? At £65. All done at £65, all sure at 65. 65, 224, 68. 828 is a Rockster Judge Dredd kick-ass electric guitar. Wowee. Some imperfections on this as catalogued. At 65 and 70 do we see? At £65 now, 70 for a kick-ass electric guitar. £65, 70. Someone for a bid that's £70. At £65 now, 70. At £65. All done at £65. There we go. 829 is the Rockster American electric guitar. There we go. At 60 and 65 do we see? £60, 65. At £60, 65 then. At £60, 65. At £60. 5 do we see? £60. All done at £60. Lot 830, Squier by Fender Affinity Series HSS Strat electric guitar. That's £60 for the Strat guitar there, £60 and 5. At £60, 65 do we see? At £60, 65. £60, all done at £60, all done at 60. Lots, telephone bid. There's a telephone bid which isn't on the telephone sheet. Whoever's on telephone bids. Lot 831 we go to. Lot 2003 is the Legend Precision Style bass guitar. At £25, 30 do we see? 30, 35. At £30 now, 35 do we see? 35, 40, 40, 45. At £40, 45 do we see? At £40, 45. At £40 now, 45 do we see? Still in the room then at 40, 45 if you like. At £40, 45. £40, all done at £40. £40, 333. 832 is the Star Force bass guitar. At £50 and 5 and 60. £55 now, 60 do we see? At £55 now, 60 elsewhere. 55 and 60, 65. At £60 now on GH Live then at 60, 65. At £60, 65. On GH Live then at £60 or £60. Selling on GH Live at £60 to 610. 833 2001 Epiphone Les Paul Special Electric Guitar, together with the Encore S-Type electric guitar there. Two in the lot there at 60 and 5 and 70, 65 and 70 do we see? At £65 now, 70. At 65 and 70 do we see? £65 now, 70, 70, 75. At £70, 75. At £70 now, 75 do we see? £70, 75. At £70, all done at £70. £70 to 438. 834 is the two P-type bass guitars by Columbus and Cord. Both of them burst finishes there. 40 straight in, 45, 45, 50. At 45 room bid, then 50 do we see? 45 and 50. At 45 then against the internet bid, then at 50, 55, 55 and 60. £55, 60 do we see? 60, 65, 5, 70. 65 and 70. At 65 in the room, then at 65 and 70. At £65. All done then at £65. Room bidder then at £65. All done at 65. 65 to 333. Thank you. 835 2018 Fender California Series Redondo Player Electroacoustic Guitar with a blue metallic finished spruce top. At 130, 140, 150 do we see? At £140 now, 150. At 140, 150. 150, thank you, 160. At 150, 160 in the room bid then at 150, 160. At £150, 160. At 150. Done then selling in the room at £150. 302, thank you. 836 2007 Epiphone SG electric guitar, the Satin Cherry Fish. With a fitted Epiphone hard case. Interest in this one, lots of interest, and we're up to 110, 120, 130, 140, 130 with interest on GH Live, then 130, 140. At 130, then 140, at 130. All done then, 140, 150. at 140, still on GH Live, then at £140, 150, at 140, 150. All done then, selling at £140, done then at 140, 140, 2803. 837 Yamaha 12-string acoustic guitar. 837 coming up now. We go 837 at £65.70. You see at £65 now 70. At £65 70 do we see 70, 75, 580. At £75 now 80 do we see at £75 80, 85, 590. £85 now 90 at £85. GH Live then £85, 90, 90, 95, 95, 100. £95 now, 100 do we see at 95. GH Live then at 95, 100, 100, 110, 110, 120. At 110 then 120, 120, 130, 130, 140. At 130 there, 140. At 130 GH Live then 140, 150. At 140, 150. At £140 now, 150 do we at 140, 150, 140 then all done then at 140, 150, 160. At 150 then 160, at 150 all done then at £150, all short 150, 160, do you know the hammer there? At 160, 170, at 160, 170. On GH Live then at £160, all done are we at £160, all done. 160, 2639. 838 MJP Turner custom made electric guitar. There we go, interest in it at 95, 100, up to 110, 120. 110 then with interest then on GH Live then at 120, £110 now, 120. 110, 120, GH Live then at £110 now, all done then at £110, all short 110, 110, 2011. Lot 839 is a custom made double neck electric guitar with 6-string guitar neck and 4-string bass guitar neck. Purple finish, some imperfections. There we go, there's a guitar. And £140, 150 do we see? At 140, 150. At £140 now, 150. At 140, 150. At £140 now, 150 do we see? 140, 150. All done then at 40, all short. Lot 840, 5 various guitars to include 2 by Encore. 5 guitars there at 70 and 5 and 80. At £75 now and 80 do we see? At 75 and 80 for 5 guitars. £75, 80 do we see? At £75. All done are we at £75, all short 75. 841, we go to 1980s Hohner professional electric hybrid guitar with a red burst finish. There we go, and at 40, 45, and 50, 55, at £50 now, 55 do we see, at £50, 55, on GH Line at £50 and 5, at £50, all done at £50, all short 50, £50, 2, 4, 5, 9. 842, 1987 Aria Pro 2 SL Series electric guitar, £170, 180 do we see, at 170, 180, at £110 now, 180 do we see, at 170, 180, at £170 now, 180 do we see, 170, 180, all done then at £170. Lot 843, 4 nylon string guitars, various states of repair projects, and we have interest at 20, 25, 30, 35, at £30, 35, at £30 holding on salarium.com, then at £30, 35, at £30, all done are we, at 35, and 40, 40, 45, GH Live then at £40, 45 do we see, at £40, GH Live then at £40, all done at £40, £40, 42. 844 is a 1960s Hoffner Congress Holybody guitar with a brunette finish. Needs some work looking at the catalogue description, but I'm sure you've had a chance to have a look. At £40, 45 do we see, at £40 now, 45, GH Live then at 40, 45 do we see, sorry sir, 45, thank you, 45 in the room, 50, at £45 now, 50 do we see, at 45, holding them at £45, or done at £45, thank you sir, £45, 337, thank you very much. 845 is the 1970s Wilson acoustic guitar, with a natural finish, made in Italy, this one, at £65 now, 70 do we see, at £65 now, 70, at 65 and 70 do we see elsewhere, at £65 now, 70, at £65, all done at £65, all sure at 65. Lot 846 is the Strat-style electric guitar, together with another Strat-style electric guitar, two there and lot there, at 60 and 65 do we see, £60, 65 for the two, at £60, 65 do we see it, £60 and 5, at £60 now and 65 do we see it, £60, 65, at £60, all done then at £60, all sure at £60. Lot 847 is Club Series marquee electric guitar with a white finish within an original Burns box, this one at 150, 160, 170 do we see, at 160, 170, £160 now, 170, 170, 180, at 170, 180, it's a room bid then at 170, holding then at 170, 180, at £170 now, 180 do we see, at 170, 180, at £170, all done, 170, 302, thank you. 848 is the Stag electroacoustic bass guitar with a soft bag there. Oh, sorry, okay, I've got it. 848, ladies and gents, the Stag electroacoustic bass guitar with a soft bag at £90 away, 95, 100, at £95 now, 100 do we see, at 95, 100, at £95 now, 100 do we see, 95, 100, at £95 now, 100 do we see, 95, all done, 100, 110. At 100 then, 110 do we see, at £100 now then, 110, holding online then on GH Live then at £100, 110 do we see, at £100, all done at £100, all sure at 100, £100, GH Live 2987. Lot 849. 849 is the custom build heavy relic and distressed type electric guitar within the acoustic hard case. We're bid away at 160, 170, 180 do we see, at £170 now we're bid then 170 with me then 170, 180, 180, 190, 200, 200, 220, 240, 240, 260. I have a bid at £270, 280 do we see, at £270, 280, at 270 with me, bid 280 do we see. I have a bid here at £270, 280 do we see, at 270, 280, at £270, all done then at £270, with me on commission at 270 against the internet then at 270, £270. Where the number can I do? 346. Lot 850 is the upgraded Lag Arcane electric guitar. At £60 with bids 5, 70, 70, 75, up to 80, 85, 85, 90, 90, 95. At £90, 95 do we see? 95, 100, 100, 110. At 100, 110, 110, 120, 120, 130, 120, 130. GH Live at 120, 130 do we see? At £120, 130, 120, 130, 130, 140. At 140, 150. GH Live at 140, still holding 140, 150. at 140, 150 do we see? At 140 pounds, 150, 140 then all done then at 140 pounds. At 140, GH Live 253. 851 we go to is the Tanglewood acoustic guitar, together with a Ritmo classical guitar in need of some attention. Bids there at £30, 35 do we see, at £30, 35. Easy Live holding then at £30 and 5 do we see, £30, 35, at £30, 35. Easy Live 35, GH Live coming in for a bid then at 35, 40, £35 now, 40 do we see, £35. All done then at £35, all done at 35, GH Live, all done and finished, £35, 2914. 852, 5 various nylon string guitars in need of some servicing, another little project, £15 with bid, 18 do we see, £15, 18, at 15 and 18, £15, 18 do we see, £15, 18, 18, 20, £18 and GH Live then 18 and 20 do we see, £18 and 20, £18, all done at £18, £18, 2914. 853, sorry, 853 is no lot. Moving on to 854 is the Maverick F1 electric guitar in a pewter metallic finish. That's a little bit different finish on one. 150 straight in, 160 do we see? At 150, 160, 160, 170, 170, 180. At 170, 180. At £170 now, 180 do we see? 180, 190. At 180 then, 190 do we see? 180, 190. At 180, GH Live then at £180, all done then at 180, all done, 180, 2501. 855 is the Maverick G1 electric guitar, 130, 140, 150 do we see? 140, 150. At £140 now, 150. At 140, 150. At £140 now, 150 do we see? At 140, 150, 160. At 150, 160. At £150 now, 160. 150, 160. 150 then all done then at £150. 150, 2501. 856, 4 acoustic guitars in need of some attention. There we go. £20, 25 do we see? £20, 25. Siren.com then at £20 and 5 elsewhere. At £20 and 5. At 5, 30. £25 on GH Live, then 25 holding against the Siren, then at £25. All done at £25. 30, 35, 35, 40. £35 now, 40 do we see? At 35, 40. At £35. All done then at £35. 35, and that's 2610. 857, 4 acoustic guitars in need of some attention. There we go, both platforms bidding on this one then at 30, 35, 40, 40, 45, 45, 50, 55, at £50, 55, GH Live then against the Siren, holding then at £50 and 5, at £50, 55, at £50, all done at £50, £50, 2045. 858, 1950s German Astro archtop guitar in need of some attention. With the other there at £40, 45, at £40, 45 do we see, £40, 45 on the Siren.com, then holding then at £40 and 5 elsewhere at £40, all done then selling at 45, 50, £45 now, 50 do we see, GH Live then at £45 and 50, GH £45 all done at 45, 45, 2510, 859, 1950s Martin Coletti archtop guitar. There's 3 guitars and a violin by the look of that image. 859, £30, 35. At £30, 35. Lots of violins coming up on our sale on Friday. Don't miss that one. At £30, 35. GH Live then at £30. All done at £30. £30. 35 bids just on the hammer coming in at 35, 40, 40, 45. At £40 now, 45 do we see, £40. £40 now, still open the bid on the hammer then at £40, 45. All done then selling at £40, all done at £40, £40. 27777. Lot 860 is the Carlo Robelli small bodied acoustic guitar. Interest in this one then at £45.50 do we see, £45 now 50, at 45 and 50 do we see, 50, 55 with me, 55 and see, £55 now 60 do we see, £55 bid with me at 55, 60 do we see, at £55 now 60, at £55, on commission with me then at 55 and 60, £55 all down at £55, 55, 2041. Lot 861 is the Epiphone styling acoustic guitar, together with the Jim Deacon P-type bass guitar, two in a lot there, 100, 110, 120, at 110 then 120 do we see, 110, 120, at 110 then 120, at 110 holding then 120 do we see, at 110, all done then at 110, all sure then at finished at £110, all done at 110. 862 is a Westfield 12-string acoustic guitar with the original gig bag there. £60, 65 do we see, £60 and 5, £60 now 65 do we see, 570, £65 now 70 do we see, 65, 70, 70, 75, 5 and 80, £75 now 80 do we see, at £75, 80, 80, 85, 5, 90, 85, 90, 90, 95, at £90 now 95, 95, 100, 100, 110, GH Live then at 100, 110 do we see, 100, 110, at 100, 110, all done then at £100, and 10, 120, at 110 then 120 do we see, 110, GH Live then at 110, 110, 22904. 863 1950s Rossetti hollow body electric guitar together with the Gibson Crown special hollow body guitar there. They look like two good guitars to me. At 35 and 40 do we see, £35 now 40 do we see, 35, 40, at £35 now 40 do we see, 35 and 40, at £35 now 40 do we see, 35 and 40, £35, 40 do we see, £35, 864 Washburn 40, 45, just on the hammer, bid coming in then at 40, taking the bid, selling bid then at 40, £4, 45, at £40, all done at £40, £40, 2803. 864 Washburn Mercury Series electric guitar, with a metallic blue finish there, 40, 45 and 50, £45 now 50 do we see, at £45 now 50, at £45, 50 do we see elsewhere then at £45, 50, 55, at £50 now 55 do we see, at 50, 55, at £50, all done then at £50, 5, 60, 60, 65, at 65, 70, at £65 now 70 do we see, at £65, all done at £65, 65, 2089. 865 Jackson Performer electric guitar, metallic blue finish. Here we go at 45 and 50 do we see, at £45 now 50, at £45, 50 elsewhere then at 45 and 50, at £45, 50 do we see, at £45, all done at £45, or sure, at £45, all done are we at 45. 866 is the 2002 by Kramer electric guitar, metallic green finish, with the two in the lot there, at 35 and 40 do we see, £35 now 40 do we see elsewhere then at £35, 40 do we see, at £35 now 40, 40, 45, at £40 now 45 do we see, 40, 45, at £40, GH Live and holding then at £40 and 5 at £40, all done at £40, £40 to 2501. 867 is the Washburn Mercury Series electric guitar, at 35, 40, 40, 45, at £40, 45, at £40 now 45, easy live then at £40 and 5, at £40 now 45, do we see it, £40, 45, easy live then at £40 and 5, 5, 50, at 50, 55, £55 now 60, at £55 now 60 do we see, at £55, all done then at £55, GH Live 60, 65, £60 now 65 do we see, £60, all done at £60, £60, 2610. 868, the Encore Vintage Standard Electric Guitar with black finish there. At £35.40, at £35 now, 40 we see, at £35 40 elsewhere, 40, 45, at £40, 45, 45, 50, 50, 45, 5, 60, £55 now, 60 we see, at 50, 5, 60, 60, 65, 5 and 70, 65 and 70, 70, 75, GH Live with the bids then at £70, and 5 do we see, £70, 75, 5, 80, £75 now, 80 do we see, at £75, 80, 85, at £80, 85, 85, 90, £85 now, 90 do we see, 90, 95, £90, 95 on GH Live at £90. Any more bids then coming in then on this one then at £90 holding then, 5 do we see, at £90 and 5, 100. At £95 now, 100 do we see, 110. At £100 now, 110 do we see, at £100. On GH Live then at £100, 110 do we see, at £100. All done then and selling at £100, all done at 100. That's it from me for today, ladies and gents. Lot 8, 6, 9 to 900 are no lot, and Luke is coming back to take through the amplifier section, beginning lot 901. Thank you very much.
Right, ladies and gents, as Joby said, amplifiers. Just a quick announcement before we begin the amplifier section. You've all had a chance to obtain your condition reports. Those of you who have not viewed or have not asked for a condition report, don't assume that the amps are necessarily fully working. So you've all had a chance to find out. So if you do bid on an amp without asking the question before and it does not work, that is on you, not us. Please do, if you're unsure, don't bid. It's as simple as that, so I'll go and sell it to someone else who'll be more than happy to take it on because they've asked the right questions. So can't make that clear enough. So that goes for all electrical items in our sale. The main reason we do it is because we have sold amplifiers fully working before. Something's got shaken around in transit and they didn't work the other end. So we're not willing to take that risk. So everything sold is seen with electrical items. Lot 901 is the Vox Pathfinder Bass 10 guitar amplifier. There we go, we're starting away. We've got bids at £30 straight in, 35 do we sit at 35, £30, 35 do we see now, £30, 35 do we see at £30 then. And we're going down to £30 and selling to the internet bid at £30, £30 2485. Lot number 902 is the Marshall Acoustic Solos AS50D acoustic guitar amplifier at £50 bid straight in, 55 do we see, at £50 bid, 55 do we see elsewhere at £50. Hammer's going down at £50 then, all finished all short at £50, £50, and that's buyer number 2485. Lot number 903 is the DP150 bass guitar amplifier. There we go, the Laney bass ampler. And at 20.25 do we see, at £20, 25 do we see for the bass amplifier there, £20, 25 do we see elsewhere, at £20 for C25, at £20, Hammer going down at £20 and all finished order at £20, 5.30 at £25, 30 now, £25, Hammer's going down at £25, 25, and that's buyer number 2468. Lot number 904 is the RTHR5 electric guitar, there we go. £45 I have on the internet bid, 50 do we see. At £45 do we see 50, 50, 55. At £50 bid, 55 now, £50 bid, 55 elsewhere. At £50 then all finished all short at £50, £50, and that's buyer number 2936. Lot number 905 is the Ampeg SVT 410 bass guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. There we go, £90 with bids, 95 do we see. At £9 we'll see 95, 100, 110. At £100 with bids 110 do we see. At £100, so see 110 now. At £100, then all finished all short at £100. 100, and that's buyer number 2989. Lot number 90. This is a Marshall 2x12 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet, £95 with bids 100 now. At £95, bid 100 do we see. At £95, 100, 110, 120. At 110 do we see 120 now. At £110, so see 120 elsewhere. At £110, then all finished all short at 110, 120, 130. At 120 do we see 130. At £120, so see 130 elsewhere. At £120, then all finished all short at 120. 120 by another 2958. 907 is the next Ampeg there. The tall Ampeg cabinet, SVT 810. Would even help load it in your car, I think, if you ask nicely. £80 bid 85. At bid 85 now. At 85, 90, 95, 95, 100, 100, 100, 110. At £100 is a room bid holding 110, 110, 120, 120, 130, 130, 140, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 180 bid, 190, 200. One more. 200, 220. Thank you, sir. £200, 220. Looks like you're holding. £200, 220. Do we sit at £200? We'll see 220 now. At £200, then holding in the room unless you're coming back in for one more on the internet. At £200. 200, and your number is 348. Thank you. Lot 908 is the next Ampeg there, the SVT 410 speaker cabinet there. And it's £75.80 on this one. At £75, we'll see 80. £75, we'll see 80 elsewhere. At £75, 80, 80, 85. At £80 bid in the room now, 85 to we see. At £80 then, and we will sell. At £80 then, all finished all short at £80. That's yours, sir, for £80. Same buyer, 340. Lot 909 is the Hartkey HXL Series 410. Cabinet there. We've got two cabinets in the lot, and we've got bids coming in from Ireland there at £60, 65 do we see. At £60 bid for the two cabs there, 65 we see elsewhere, and we will sell at £60. Hammer's going down at £60, 570. At £65 we see 70 now. At £65, Hammer's going down at £65, 65, and that is buyer number 2987. Number 910 is the two line 6 Spider 2 guitar amplifier heads. There we go, the two heads there in the lot. And it's, what should we say, £20 for the two. Any interest at £20 for the two line 6 heads there? No interest coming in for £20 two heads there. £20 bid, 25 do we see. At £20, we'll see 25 now, and I will sell £20, it's going. At £20, 25, 30. At £25, we'll see 30 now. At 30, to think what these cost you. At £30, 35. At £30, we'll see 35 elsewhere. At £30 then, 5, 40. At £35, we'll see 40. At £35, we'll see 40 elsewhere. At £35, all finished, all short done at £35. At £35, and that's 30. Buy number 33. 911 is the 1970s Selma treble and bass guitar amplifier head in need of some attention. And we have bids coming in at 150, 166. At 150 bid, 160, 170, 170, 180, 190, 190, 200, 220. Thank you, sir. £200, I see 220 elsewhere. At £200 then. In the recording, £200, 20, 240. Thank you, sir. At 220 on the internet there, 240 elsewhere. At £220 then, all finished all short at £220, selling on the internet, we're done at 220. 220, and that is buyer number 8026. 912 is the Peavey bass combo Mark III bass guitar amplifier. You've got two amps in the lot there, £35 bid, 40 do we see. At £35 bid, 40 now, £35, 40. At £35, how am I going down at £35? 35, and that's buyer number 10034. 913 is the Ashton 4x10 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet, together with the 1x15 as well. The two Ashton cabs are not there, and at where can we start? £25, 30 do we see? At £25 we see 30 for the two Ashton cabs. At £25 we'll see 30 elsewhere. At £25, and I'm going down at £25, all finished all short, 35. At £30 we'll see 35 now. At 30, 35 do we see? At £30, I'm going down at £30. £30, and that's buyer number 2468. Lot number 914 is the Fender Deluxe Clone electric guitar amplifier. We've got bids at 250, 260 do we see? At 250 with bids, 260 do we see elsewhere? At 250, 260 do we see? I'm going to sell them, 260 we're up to 280 now, 300 do we see? At 280 do we see 300 if you like? At £280, 280, and that goes to buyer number 2751. Lot 915 is a HH Electronic Studio 50 combo electric guitar amplifier. At £20, 25 do we see? At £20 we'll see 25 now for the HH. At £20, 5 do we see for a bid? At £20, 5 anywhere else? At £20 then, 5, 30. At £25 we'll see 30. At £25, 25, bar number 2803. Lot number 916 is the 1960s Vox Defiant solid state electric guitar amplifier. At 180, 190, 200 now do we see? At 190 do we see 200, 200 bid and I'm out. 220 do we see elsewhere? At £200, bid in the room, 220 now. At £200 it's a room bid, do we see 220 if you like elsewhere? At 200 it's a room bid, do we see 220 now? At 200, 220 we're coming in online, we are. 220, 240, 260. At 240 room bid holding, 260 now. 260, 280, thank you sir. 260 then holding on the internet, 280 do we see? At £260 then all finished all sure, 280 you bid at 300. At 280 to 300 now, 300, 320. At £300 to see 320 now. At 300, 320, 320, 340. At 320 to see 340 now. At £320 to see 340 elsewhere. At £320 then, all finished last chance, all short at £320. All done at 320. 320, buyer number 2292. Lot number 917 is the Ashton 4x guitar amplifier speaker cabinet, together with the Carlsbro there. There we go, 2 cabinets in the lot there. What are we going to get for those? 15, 18, £20 for those. £20 we're looking for the 2. Got to be worth that surely for the 2 cabinets there. £18, 20 now, 20 is all we're looking for. 20, 25. At 20, we'll see 25 now. At £20, we'll see 25 for one more. At £20 then selling on the internet at £20. £20, and that goes to bar number 2260. Lot number 918 is a 1970s Audition guitar amplifier head. There we go, £20, 25 do we see? At £20 bid, 25, 30. At £25 we'll see 30 now. At £25 bid, 30 do we see? At £20 then holding in the room order at £25. 25, buy number 308. Thank you sir. Lot 919 is the PV410 TVK guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. There we go, 3 cabs in the lot there. 20 anywhere, any interest at £20 then? 15 I'll take then, 15, 18, and 18, 20 do we see? At 18 do we see 20 now, 18 do we see 20 elsewhere? For the 3 cabs there, £18, 20 is all we're looking for one more. 20, 25. At £20 bid, 25 do we see? At £20 then all finished all short at £20. 20, and that's bar number 2260. Lot number 920 is the Fender Hot Rod DeVille 4x10 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. We seem to have said there, but it's not, it's an amplifier. There we go, the Fender Hot Rod DeVille 4x10. Start me away 200 on this one, 220, 240 now. At 220 do I see 240? At 220 do I see 240 for the DeVille? At £220, we'll see 240 elsewhere. At £220 then, all finished all short at 220. Last chance, all done all short. 220. Lot number 921 is the Trace Elliott GP12. There we go with the cabinet there. £35 with bids. 40 do we see? At 40, 45. At £40 bid, 45, 50. £45, 50, 55, 60. At £55, 60, 65. At 65, 70. £65 bid, so we see. At 65, 70, 70, 75. At £70 bid, 75 do we see? At £70, 75 now. At 75, 80. £75, I'll see 80 now. At £75, 80, 85. 85, 90. £85, I'll see 90, 90, 95. At 90, do I see 95 elsewhere? At 95, do I see 100 now? At 100, 110. At 110, 120. 120, 130. At 120, do I see 30 coming in? At £120, I'll see 130 now. At £120, then finished all done at 120, 130, 140, 140, 150. At 140, do I see 150? At £140, then 150, 160, 160, 170. At £160, you'll see 170 elsewhere. At £160, hammers going down at 160, 170, 180, 180, 190. At £180, you'll see 190 now. At £180, hammers going down at £180, last chance all done at 180, 180, and that's bar number 2213. 922 is the 1970s WEM ER40 guitar amplifier head, to get the speakers, etc. £40 we're bid, 45 do we see. At £40 to see 45 now. At 40 to see 45 elsewhere. At £40, hammers going down at £40, all finished, last chance all done at £40. £40, 2254. 923 is the ISP Technology Steve Lukather Vector SL guitar subwoofer speaker cabinet. There we go, and it's, where can we start this? 45, 50, 55, 60 do we see. At £55 you'll see 60. At £55 you'll see 60 elsewhere. At £55 you'll see 60, bid 65. At 60 you'll see 65 elsewhere. At £60 then, all finished, all short at £60. £60, and that's buyer number 2996. Lot number 924 is the Fender Sidekick 65 bass guitar amplifier, together with the Vector 100. There we go, the two in the lot, the Sidekick and the Vector, and at £8.20 do we see. At £18 you'll see 20 now. At £18 you'll see 20 elsewhere if you like. At £18. Hammer going down at £18 then, for the two amplifiers then, all finished, all short at £18, last chance all short at 18, 20, 25. At £20 bid, 25 do we see. At £20. £20, and that's bar number 2717. Lot number 925 is the Ampeg V2 4x12 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. At £95 with bids, 100 do we. At £95 we'll see 100, 100, 110, 110, 120. At 110 we'll see 120 there. At £110 we'll see 120 elsewhere. At £110 then all finished, all done at 110, 110. And that's by number 2892. Lot number 926 is the Fender Bassman 2x15 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. There we go. At £60 on the sewroom.com, 65 do we see. At £60 bid, 65 now. At £60 holding on the sewroom.com, and it will sell. £60 then all finished, all short at £60. £60, and that's bar number 8048. Lot number 927 is the selection of guitar amplifier speaker cabinets. There we go. All as illustrated there, and we've got £30 to be away, 35 do we see. At £30 to see 35 now. At 30 to see 35. At £30 then all finished, all short at £30. £30, and that's buyer number 2474. Lot number 928 is a late 90s Selma treble and bass Mark II 50-watt guitar amplifier head. At £300 we bid straight in, 320 do we see. At 300, 320, 340, 340, 360, 360, 380. At 360 in the room holding, 380 do we see. At 360 room bid holding, 380 do we see elsewhere. At £360 to see 380, 380, 400. At 380 then 400 do we see. At £380 to see 400 now. At £380 then, all finished, all short at 380. And lot number 929 is the 1970 Sound City 50 Plus Model L50 guitar amplifier head. There we go. And at where can we start this? 220 with bid, 240 do we see. At 220 do we see 240. At 220 do we see 240, 240, 260. At 240, 260, 280, 280, 280, 300. At 280 holding to a C 300. At 280 to a C 300. At £280 to see 300 elsewhere. At £280 then, all finished, all short at £280. 280, and that's by number 308. It's ingrained. 930 is a 1974 Marshall JMP 1986 Mark II 50-watt guitar amplifier head. There we go. Lots of interest in this one, as I'm sure you can imagine. And I can go straight to bids at £1,000, 1,050 do we see. At 1,050, 1,100, 1,150, 1,200 now. At 1150 do I see 1200. At 1150 do I see 1200 now. At 1150, 1200 9 out, the bids online. 1250 do we see. At £1,200 to see 1250 elsewhere. At £1,200 then, selling on the internet then at £1,200. 1,200, and that's by number 2476. 931 is the Mesa Boogie Rectiverb 50 single rectifier guitar amplifier. There we go. And at, where can we start on this one? 600, 620, 650 do we see? At 620 do we see 650? At 620 do we see 650 elsewhere? At £620 we'll see 650 now. At £620 then, all finished all short, 650, 680. At 650 do we see 680 now. At £650 we'll see 680 elsewhere. At £650 then, all finished all short at 650, 650, and that goes to buyer number 2182. Lot number 932 is a 1972 Marshall JMP 1959 Super Lead 100 watt guitar amplifier head. Superb condition this one, and lots of interest on this one once again. And I can start this away with bids at £1,600 on commission, 1650 do we see? 1650, 1700, 1750. At £1,700 we'll see 1750, 1750, 1800, 1850, 1900, 1950. At £1,900, 1950 do we see? At 1900, do we see 1950, 2000, 2100, 2200, 2300. At 2200, 2300 do we see? 2300, I'm out the bids on the internet, 2400 now. At £2,300 for the amp there, 2400 do we see? It's at £2,300 and we're still going on the internet, 2400 bid, 2500 now. At £2,400, 2,500 do we see? At £2,400, 2,500 elsewhere. At £2,400 then, all finished, all sure, all done. £2,400, 2,400. Bid just before the hammer fell there. I'm opening that back up at 2,500. If you're bidding at 2.4, you'll need to come back in at 2.6, and you are 2.6 to a C 2.7. At 2,600 to a C 2,700 now. At £2,600 to a C 2.7. You coming back in? You coming back in on the GH Live platform? I'm holding it to 2.6. Don't miss it for a bid. At £2,600. Last chance all sure done at 2,600. 2,600, that goes to buyer number 2792. Thank you for your own bids, everyone involved, much appreciated. 33, the Vox Brian May Special VBM1 electric guitar amplifier. At £45 bid, 50, 55, 55, 60. At £55, 60, 65. At £60 bid, 65 now. At £60 bid, 65 do we see? At £60 holding then on the internet, and 65 do we see elsewhere? At £60 then, all finished, all done at £60. £60, and that's buyer number 2875. Lot number 934 is the Roland Chorus JC120 guitar amplifier with the box and papers there. Superb condition, this amplifier. And it's 300. We're straight off with bids. 320 do we see? At £300 on the internet, 320, 340, 360. At 40 do we see? 360 now. At 340, 360, 360, 380. At 360 do we see? 380 now. At £360 to see 380. At £360 then 380, 400. At 380 to see 400 now. At £380 to see 400 coming back in. At £380 then, last chance all sure done at £380. 380. Buyer number 2930. 95, the Marshall Bass 20 guitar amplifier to go with the 5302 key amplifier. Both there with the boxes as illustrated. Again in superb condition. At £35 with bids, 40 do we see? At £35 bids, hold the internet and they will sell. 40 do we see now? At £35 do I see 40? £35 do I see 40 elsewhere? At £35. Hammer's going down at £35, all finished, all sure at £35. 35, and that goes to buyer number 2014. Buyer number, lot number 936 is a Pignose 7100 portable battery guitar amplifier. There we go. I've got bids at £60 on commission, 65 do I see? At £60 holding on commission, 65 now. At £60 then, selling on commission, 65. I'm out the bids online, 70. At £65 to see 70 now, £65. Hammer's going down at £65, 65. And that's buyer number 2077. Lot number 93 is a Roland Cube Light guitar amplifier. There we go, the Cube Light there. And I can start this away with bids at £55 on commission, 60 do we see? At £55, 60, 65, 70. At £65 commission, 70. I'm out bids up to £80 now on the internet, 85 do we see? At £80 to see 85 now. At £80 to see 85. at £80. £80, and that goes to bar number 2215. Lot number 938 is the 2012 JCM 2000 dual super lead, the DSL 1CH. With the box there, again, this one's in superb condition at 200, 220, 240, 260 now, at 240 to a C260, at £240 a C260 if you like, 260, 280, at 260 we're bid on the internet, 280 do we see, at 260 to a C280 now, at 260, 280 for one more do we see for a bid, at 260, 280, 300, at 280 internet bid, hold there at 280, 300 do we see, at £280. Hammer going down at 280 then. The last chance all done at 280. Hammer's going down at 280 if you're sure. 280 by number 2701. Lot number 939 is the Fender Champion 600. At 110 we have with bids 120 do we see. At 110 do we see 120. At 110 do we see 120 elsewhere. At £110 then. GH Live bid holding it then at £110. Last chance all done at 110. 110. And that's bar number 2984. Lot number 940 is the Ampeg SVT4 Pro Rack Mount Guitar Amplifier Head. I've got bids at 240 on the internet there, 260 do we see. At 240 it's an internet bid holding, 60, 280, 300. At 280 comes with the box there as illustrated. At 300 we're looking for. At 280, 300, 320. At 300 holding on the internet then, 320 do we see. At £300 then, 320, 340, 340, 360. At 340 to a C360, at 340 to a C360, at 340 to a C360 if you like elsewhere, at £340, 340 by number 2841. 941 is the Ampeg SVT 410 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. Another cabinet in good condition, comes with the original dust cover as well. And at £75, 80 now, at £75, 80, at £75 you'll see 80 if you like. At £75, 80, 85, 90, 95. At £90 bid holding, 95 do we see. At £90 on the GH Live platform there, 95 elsewhere, 95, 100, 110. At £100 holding on the internet then, 110 do we see. At £100. Hammer's going down at £100, we're all sure all done. We're still going, 110, 120. At 110 do we see 120 now, 110, 120 elsewhere. At £110 then, all finished all sure at 110. 110 by number 2262. Lot number 942 is the 2005 Marshall JCM 2000 Triple Super Lead. There we go. And we have interest, comes with a box and foot switch. Interest at £150 with bids on the internet, 160, 160, 170, 180. At 170 we'll see 180, 180, 190, 190, 200. At 190, 200, 220. At 220, 240. At 220 we'll see 240 now. At £220 we'll see 240 elsewhere. At 240, 240, 260, at 240, 260, 260, 280, 280, 300, at £280 to see 300 now, at 280 to see 300 for one more, at £280 then, all finished all sure, 300, 320, at £300 to see 320, at £300, 320 do we see, at £300 then, all finished last chance all sure, 320, 340, at 320 to a C40 now, at 320 to a C340 for one more, at £320 then, all finished all sure, 340 still going, 360, at 340 to a C360, at £340 to C360 now, at £304 then, all finished all done, 340, 340, there's a bid that came in just as my hammer fell there, get your bids in nice and quickly online there, 360, 380. At 360 to a C380, if you want it, hit the button. At 360 to a C380 now. At £360, then all finished all sure, 380, 400. At 3 hammer going down at 380, all sure, all done at 380. 380 by number 2358. Next lot is the 943, is a Fender Supersonic Guitar Amplifier. Again with the box there and the switch. At 260 we have with bids 280 do we see. At 260 to a 280, 300, we have 300, 320 sir, 320, 340, at 320 to a C340 now, it's 320 in the room bid, 340 do we see, 320 room bid holding, 340, 360, 380, at 360 then holding with you sir, 380 do we see, at £360 is a room bid, 380 do we see elsewhere, at £360 do we see 380 now, at 360, 380 for one more. At £360 then, all finished all short at 360, 360, and that goes to buyer number 338. Thank you, sir. 944 is a 2010 Marshall MC212 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. There we go, at £100 to be away, 110, 120, at 110 to a C120 now, 110 to a C120 elsewhere, at 110 to a C120 now for a bit, at £110 to a C120 if you like for one more. At £110 then, all finished, all sure, all done at £110, hammer going down at £110. 945 is the Marshall JCM 900 1960B by 12 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. There we go, £110 with it, 120 do we see. At 110 to a C120, at £110 then, all finished, all sure, at £110, 30, 140, 150. At 40 we have now, 150 do we see. At £140 then, all finished, all sure at 140, 140, and that goes to buyer number 2292. Lot number 946 is a 2005 Marshall 1960 BV, the vintage amplifier speaker cabinet. I have bids at 240, 260 do we see. At 240 with internet bids there, 260 now. At 240 do we see 260 elsewhere. At £240 then, all finished, all sure at £240, 240, 260, 80. At 260 do we see 280. At £260 we'll see 280 elsewhere. At £260 then, 280, 280, 300. At 280 to a C300 now. At 280 to a C300 elsewhere. £280 then, all finished, all sure at £280, 280, and that's bar number 2476. Lot number 947 is a Fender Acoustasonic SFX 2 acoustic guitar amplifier. There we go, and I've got bids on the GH Live platform at £180, starting away 190 do we see. At 180 to a C190 now. At 180 to a C190 for one more. At £180 then, 190, 200. At 190 to a C100 now. At £190 we'll see 200. At £190 then, all finished, all sure at 190, 190, and that's bar number 2834. Lot number 948 is the Roland Cube 60 guitar keyboard amplifier. This the keyboard amp there, and £60 bid, 65 do we see. At £60 bid, 65 elsewhere. At £60 then, all finished, all sure, all done. At £60, 65, 70. At £65 we'll see 70 now. At £65 we'll see 70 elsewhere. At £65 then, all finished, all sure at £65, 65, by number 2155. Lot number 949 is a 2005 Marshall Power Brake PB 100, and we can start away with bids on the book on commission at £100, 110 do we see, £100, 110, 120, 130. I'm out the bids in the room at 130, 140 do we see. At 130 with room bids, 140 now. At 130 it's a room bid holding, 150. Thank you, sir. 150 we now have on the internet, 160 do we see. At 150 to a C160. At £150 then, all finished, all sure at 150. Hammer going down at 150. 150 by number 2077. 950 is a Fender Showman guitar amplifier. There we go. With its again with its box, this one, and at £75, 80 do we see. At £75 we'll see 80. At £75 starting away, 80 do we see for a bid. At £75, 80 do we see for one more bid, 80, 85. At £80 with bids, 85 now, £80 on the internet holding, 85 do we see one more. At £80. Are we all finished, are we? At £80, all finished, all sure at £80. £80, and that's bar number 342. Lot number 951 is the Vox AC30 Custom Classic Guitar Amplifier, with all the upgrades as you've seen in the catalogue. There we go, at £700, 720 do we see. At £700 we'll see 720 elsewhere. At £700 we'll see 720 for one more. At £700 then, all finished, all sure at 700, 720, 750, 780. At 750 to a C780. At 750 to a C780 coming in for a bit. At 750 to a C780 now. At 750, 780, 780, 800. At 780 to a C800 elsewhere. At £780 then, all finished, all short at £780, 780. And lot number 952 is the Carlsberg Viper 410 bass guitar amplifier cabinet. There we go, the two in the lot there at £160, 170, 180 do we see. At 170 do we see 180 now. At £170, it's got the upgraded Celestion speakers in these. At 170 do we see 180 elsewhere. At £170 then, all finished, all sure, no further interest. No interest at £180. Lot number 953 is the Bugera PS1 Power Soap Guitar Amplifier Attenuator. Box this one at £30 bid, 35 do we see, at £30, 35, 40, at £35 I have you sir, 40, 45, 45, 50, 50, 55. Thank you sir, £50 bid on the internet, 55 do we see, at £50 then, all finished, all short, at £50, £50, and that's bar number 2854. Lot number 954 is the Reinhardt Titan 36 amplifier head and matching 2x12 cabinet. There we go at 950, 980, 1000 do we see? At 980 do we see £1,000 now? At 980 do we see £1,000 elsewhere? At £980 to see £1,000 if you like elsewhere? At £1,000, 1050 do we see? At £1,000 then, selling on the internet at £1,000, we're sure we're all done at 1000, 1000, and that's buyer number 2841. Lot number 955 is the Selma 50 1x15 column speaker cabinet. There we go, £30 bid, 35 do we see, at 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, at £100 bid, 110 do we see, at 110, 120, at £110 we'll see 120 now, at 120, 130, at £120 we'll see 130 elsewhere, at £120, 120, buy number 2108. 955 is the Selma, no it's not, yes it is, the Selma all-purpose 30 guitar amplifier in need of restoration. £75 with bids, 80 do we see, at £75 we'll see 80, at £75. Hammer's going down at £75, 80, 85, at £80 bid, 85 now, at £80. Hammer's going down at £80 then, last chance all sure at £80, £80, 3010. 957 is the roll of Fender amplifier grill cloth. There we go, at £18 to see 20. At £18 to see 20. Anyone need to repair their amp? 20, 25 do we see? At £20 to see 25 now. At £20. It's going to be yours, sir, I think, for £20. All sure. Last chance all done at £20. £20. And your number again, sir, was 338. That's the one. Thank you very much. Lot 958 is the Roland Cube 30X guitar amplifier. There we go, bids at £3, 35, 40, 45. At £40 bid, 45 now, 45, 50. At £45 we'll see 50. At £45, 50 elsewhere. At £45 then all finish all short at £45. 45. And that's by 2014. Lot number 959 is the Yamaha B100 bass guitar amplifier. There we go, at £35, 40 do we see, at £35, 40 for the Yamaha there, at £35, 40 elsewhere, at £35, do I see 40, at £35 I see 40 elsewhere now, at £35, Hammer going down at £35 and all finished all short at £35. Lot number 960 is the Fender Super Champ XD. There we go, £80 bid, 85 we see, at £80 to see 85, at £80, Hammer's going down at £80, 85, 90, 95, at 100, 110, 120, 130, at 120 do we see 130 now, at 120 do we see 130 elsewhere, at £120, all finished all sure, at £120, last chance all done at 120, 120 to 2046. Lot number 961 is the 1977 Fender Pro Reverb guitar amplifier. There we go, and at 380, 400 do we see, at 380 do we see 400 now, at 380, 400, 420, at 400 bid, 420 do we see, at £400 bid, 420 now elsewhere, at £400 and selling at 400, all finished all 400, 400, buy number 3010. Lot 962 is the Italia Retro 25 Reverb guitar amplifier, £30 bid, 35 do we see. At 30 do we see 35, at £30. Hammer's going to £30 and all finished all short at £30. Lot number 963 is the Marshall Jubilee Series 2550, 25th anniversary guitar amplifier. There we go, 750, 780, 800 now. At 780 do we see 800 elsewhere. At £780 we'll see 800 for the Marshall Jubilee. At £780 then. We all finished all short at 780, 800 do I see for one more, at £780, last all done at 780. 964 is the 1995 Marshall Limited Edition JTM 60, there we go, and at 260, 280, 300 do we see, at 80 do we see 300, at £280 to see 300 now, at 280 we see 300 elsewhere. at £280, then all finished all short at 280. 280 by number 2077. Lot number 965 is the Ginsben's Black Pearl 30 guitar amplifier at 280, starting away on this, 300 now, at 280 to a C300, at 280 to a C300 if you like, at £280. Hammer's going down at £280 then, 300, 320, at £3 a C320 now, at £300 then, all finished all short done at £300, 300, and that's bar number 2077. 966 is the Ginsben's 2x12 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. There we go, £75, 80 do we see? At £75 we'll see 80. At £75 we'll see 80 now. At £75, 80, 85. At £80 bid 85 now. At £80. Hammer going down at £80, then all finished all short at £80, 85, 90. £85 we'll see 90, 90, 95. At £90 we'll see 95 now. At 95, 100. At 95 we'll see 100 now. 100, 110. At 100 do a C110 now. At £100, 110, 120. At 110 do a C120 now. At £110, C120 elsewhere. At £110 and selling at 110. 110 by number 2994. Lot number 967 is the next Ginsben's amplifier speaker cabinet there. £80 bid 85 now. At £80 we'll see 85 now. £80, 85 to a C for one more. 85, 90, 95, 100, 110. 110, 120, 130. At 120 to a C130 now. At £120 to C130, 130, 140, 150, 160. At 160 to a C170. At £160, 170, 170, 180. At 170 to a C180 elsewhere. At £170 then, all finished for at 170. 170 by number 2077. Lot number 968 is the Ginsben's Black Pearl. There we go, the combo amplifier at 280, 300 do we see? At 280 to a C300 for the Ginsben's combo there. At 280 to a C300 for one more. At £280 to C300 now. At £280 to C300. At £280 then, all finished all short, 300, 320. £300 to C320 now. At £300 and all finished all short at £300. 300 by number 2994. Lot number 969 is a Fender Pawn Shop special vaporizer 2x12 combo guitar amplifier. I have bids at £120 on commission, 130 do we see? At 120 on commission with my buyer, 130 now. At 120 do we see 130 elsewhere, 130. And I'm out, 140 do we see? At 130 it's a room bid holding 140 now. At 130 in the room, do we see 140? At £130 it's a room bid holding 140 against the internet there. At £130 then, room bid holding against the internet at £130. Hammer going down at 130. Lash amps all done at 130. 130, and that's buy number 302. 970 is the Court Groove Engine, the GE30B bass guitar amplifier. There we go, at £25 I'll see 30, at £25 I'll see 30 now, at £25 I'll see 30 elsewhere, at £25. Hammer going down at £25 then, all finished all short at £25 unless I see 30 for one more, at £25, lot 30, 35, just in time on the hammer, 30 to a C 35 now, £30, £30, 3010. 971 is the Fender Twin Amp Guitar Amplifier, there we go. £200, 220, at £200, 20, 240, at 220 to a C240 now, at 220 to a C240 elsewhere, at £220 and all finished all short done at £220, 220, 220 to bar number 2155. Number 972 is the Vox AC30 Top Boost Guitar Amplifier, there we go, circa 1973 this one. And at 600, 620, 650 do we see? At 620 to a C650. At £120 or C650 if you like. At 620 to a C650 elsewhere. At £620 then. All finished all short done at £620. Hammer going down at 620. Lot number 973 is the Mesa Boogie Walkabout Bass Guitar Amplifier. 250 would bid 260 do we see? At 250, I'll take 260. At 250, 260, 280, 300. At 280 to a C300 now. At 280 to a C300 elsewhere. 300, 320, 340. At 320 to a C340 now. 340, 360, 380. At 360 to a C, 380 now. At 360 pounds. Hammer's going down at 360 pounds then. Last chance all sure all done at 360 pounds. 360 by number 2400. 974 is a Trace Elliott AH300. 300 watt bass guitar amplifier head. There we go, the 3 in the lot there. And at 75, 80, 85, 90 now. At 85 pounds we'll see 90. At 85 pounds we'll see 90 elsewhere. 90, 95. At 90 pounds bid, 95 now. At 90 pounds. Hammer's going down at 90 pounds and all finished all short at 90 pounds. 5, 100. At 95 pounds, see 100 now. At 95 pounds, we'll see 100 elsewhere. At 95 pounds, and all finished all short at 95 pounds. 95 to 2679. 975 is the 1971 Marshall JMP 1987 guitar amplifier head. There we go. £1,500 we have with bids. 1550 do we sit? At 1500 strip bid straight in on the internet. 1550, 1600, 1650, 1700, 1750, 1800, 1850, 1900, 1950, 2000. At 1950 holding in the room then 2000 against. At 1950 do I see 2000 now? 2000, 2100, 2200. At 2100 holding in the room do I see 2200 elsewhere? At 2100 do I see 2200, 2200, 2300. Thank you, sir. At 2200 holding then 2300 we see. At £2,200 all finished all short at 2200. 2200 by number 2476. 1976 is the 1987 Marshall 50 split channel reverb guitar amplifier. There we go. At £75 we'll see 80. At £75 we'll see 80 elsewhere. At £75 we'll see 80 if you like. At £75, 80 elsewhere. At £75 then, all finished all short, 80, 85. At £80 we'll see 85 now. At £80, £80 by number 3010. Lot number 977 is composite guitar amplifier with the Vox AC30 parts. There we go. I'm going to let the internet bidding settle because I do have a commission bid. I want to see where it lands, and I can open up at 780 on the internet. So that's my bid out. 800 do we see? At 780 it's holding on the internet. 800, 820, 820, 850. At 820 do we see 850, 850, 880, 900. At 880, 900, 920, 20, 950. At 920 do we see 950 now? 950, 980. At 950 do we see 980? At 950 do we see 980 elsewhere? At £950 we see 980 coming in. At £950 it all finished all short at 950. 950 to buy number 2990. Lot number 978 is the Red Sub BA30 bass guitar amplifier. There we go. And I can start this away with bids at £30 on 35 do we sit? At £30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. And I'm out the bids online at 55, 60 do we sit? At £55 we'll see 60. At £55 then all finished all short at £55. 55 by number 2020. Lot number 979 is a Polytone Mega Brute guitar amplifier. There we go, the Polytone Mega Brute. At £95 we'll see 100. At £95 we'll see 100 for a bid. At £95 we'll see 100 elsewhere. At 100, 110. 110, 120. At £110 we'll see 120 now. At 110 we'll see 120 if you like. At £110 then, all finished all short at £110. 110, and that's by number 2014. 980 is a DV Mark Little Jazz guitar amplifier at £90, 95, 100, 110. At £100 we'll see 110 now. At £100 we'll see 110, 10, 120. At 110 we'll see 120 now. At £110 then, all finished all short at £110, 110. And that's bar number 2560. Lot number 981 is the 1990s Fender City Vibe Reverb reissue guitar amplifier. And bids going away at 750. We're up to on the internet. 780 do we see? 800, 820. At £800 holding 820 do we see? 820, 850, 880 sir. At 850 holding on the internet. 880 do we see? At £850. Internet holds it then at 850. Last chance at 850. 850 by number 2025. Lot number 982 is a Roland AC60 acoustic chorus amplifier. There we go. I can start this away with bids at £100 on commission. 110 do we see? At 100, 110, 120, 130. At 120 with my buyer on commission. 130 do we see? At £120, then all finished, all short, done at 120. 120. My buyer, number 2597. 93 is the next of the Roland AC60 chorus stairs. And at £75, we'll see 80. At £75, we'll see 80 now. At £75, 80 for bids. At £75, we'll see 80 elsewhere. No interest then at £75. All finished, all sure. Last chance, all done at £75. 80, 85, we now have 90. At £85, we'll see 90 now. At £85. £85, all finished, all sure. 85 to 2358. Lot number 984 is the Crate GLX 212. At £20, 30, 35, 40, 45. At £40 bid, 45 do we see? At £40, all finished, all sure at £40. £40, and that's 2254. Lot number 985 is the Randall RX30D 50-watt guitar amplifier. There we go, the Randall RX30D. And at £25, we'll see 30. At £25, we'll see 30, 35. At 30, we'll see 35 now. At £30, 35 do we see? At £30, then all finished, all short at £30. £30, 2573. Lot number 986 is the Ashton All Access G60R guitar amplifier. At £35, 40 do we see? At £35, we'll see 40. At £35, 40 now. At £35, then all finished, all short at £35. 40, 45. At £40, 45 do we elsewhere? At £40, £40, and that's bar number 2679. 987 is a 1980s Fender Champ 12 guitar amplifier, fitted with the Celestian G12 greenback. The original we still have, I believe. And at where can we start this? 200, 220 do we see? At 200 do we see 220 now? At 200 do we see 220 elsewhere? At £200 then, all finished, all sure, all done at £200. Last chance, all done at 200, hammer going down at 200. 988 is the 1970s Lab Series guitar amplifier there. 220 we have with bids, 240 do we see? At 220 do we see 240? At £220, all finished, all done at 220. 220, buy number 2137. Lot number 989 is the Roland Cube 20 guitar amplifier. At £45 we'll see 50. At £45, 50 now. At £45 we'll see 50. At £45. Hammer going down at £45 then. All finished, last chance, all done at £40. Hammer going down at 45. Lot number 990 is the Fender Bass Breaker 15 limited edition guitar amplifier. At £200 we'll see 220. At £200 we'll see 220 elsewhere. At £200, 220 in a room, 240. At 220 we'll see 240 now. At 220 we'll see 240 elsewhere. At £220 and all finished at 220. 220, that's bar number 302. Thank you, sir. Lot 991 is the 1970 Sanity 50 Plus guitar amplifier head. And we're bid £170 from Australia there. 180 do we see? At 170, 180, 190. At 180 do we see 190? At £180 to see 190 elsewhere. At £180 and all finished, all sure at 180, 190, 200, 220. £200 holding in the room, 220 do we see? At £200, room bid holding at the back, 220, 240, 260. At 240, back of the room holding against the internet, 260 do we see? 260, 280. 280, 300. At 280 do we see 300 now? At 280 holding at the back of the room, 300 do we see? At 280 then, Hannah going down at 280. 280 it is.
308, thank you.
308, thank you. 992 is the Yamaha THR 10C guitar amplifier. There we go. I've got bids at £65 on commission, 70, 75, 80. At £75 I have on commission, 80 do we see? At £75 I see 80 now, 80, 85, and I'm out. The bids on the internet, 90 do we see? At £85 I see 90. At £85 then, all finished, all short, 85, 90, 95. At £90 bid, 95 now. At £90 we'll see 95 elsewhere. At £90 then, all finished, all short, all done at £90, 95, 100. At £90 bid, 100 now. At £95 we'll see 100 elsewhere. At £95 then, all finished, all short at £95. 95 to 2275. Lot number 993 is the Black Star Amplification Studio 10 6L6. I've got bids at £100, 110 do we see? At £100, we'll see 110 now. At £100 on the GH Live platform, 110 if you want it on the cell ring. At £100, 110, 120. At 110 to a C120 now. At £110, we'll see 120 elsewhere. At £110, all finished, all done at £110. 110, and that's 120. We're taking the bid. Well, nice and quickly with the internet bids there coming in. 130, 140. We're still open on the Blackstar Studio 6L6. At 130 to a C140 elsewhere. At £130, 130, buyer number 8044. 94 is the Fender Champion 100 guitar amplifier. There we go, the Fender Champion 100. And at £60, 65, 70 do we see? At £65 to see 70. At £65 to see 70 if you like. £65 to see 70 now. At £65. Do we see 70 for one more? At £65 then. All finished, all short, all done at £65. Lot number 995 is the Blackstar Amplification ID 30. At £40 bid, 45 now. At £40 to see 45. At £40 then. All finished, last chance, all done at £40. £40. And that's buyer number 2254. Lot number 996 is the 1999 Marshall JTM 2000 dual per lead DSL 401. There we go. At £140, 150 do we see? At £140 we'll see 150. At £140 we'll see 150, 150, 160. At £150 to a C 160 elsewhere. At £150 we'll see 160. At £150 then, all finished, all short at £150 and selling at 150. 150 to buyer number 2077. Lot number 997 is the 1960s Impact by Status 1017. At £95 we'll see 100. 100 bid 110. At £100 bid 110 do we see? At £100 then, all finished, all short, 110, 120, 130. At 120 we have in the room now 130. At 120 against the internet in the room at 120 to a C130 elsewhere. At £120 then, all finished, all done at 120. 120, 308. Lot number 998 is the Montage 2x12 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. At £65, 70, 75 do we see? At £70 we'll see 75 now. At £70, 75 do we see? At £70, 580. At £75 we'll see 80. At £75, 75, 2531. Lot number 999 is a 2003 Marshall AS50R acoustic soloist. At £60 bid, 65 now. At £60, 65 bid elsewhere. At £60, hammer's going down at £60, 570. At £65, 70. At £65, hammer's going down at £65 and 70, 75. At £70, we'll see 75 now. At £70, hammer's going down at £70, 75, 80. At £75, we'll see 80 now. £75, we'll see 80 elsewhere. At £75, 80, 85. At 80, we'll see 85 now. At 80, we'll see 85. At £80, 80, 2358. Lot number 1000 is the Fender Blues Junior Mark IV guitar amplifier. At 200, 220, 240 do we see? At 220 do we see 240? At 220, 240 bid, 260 now. At 240 do we see 260? At 240 bid in the room, 260 elsewhere. At £240 then, selling in the room, we're done at 240. 240 to 302. Lot number 1001 is the Rocktron Gainiac 2 tube guitar preamp. At £85 we'll see 90. At £85 we'll see 90 now. £85, 90 elsewhere. At £85 all finished, all short at £85. 85. Buyer number 2961. Lot number 1002 is the vintage Selma 4x8 column speaker cabinet. £45, 50, 55, 60, 65. At £60 bid, 65 do we see? At £60 holding the internet, 65 elsewhere. At £60, 65 now, I'll open it back up, 65, 70. At £65 we'll see 70 elsewhere. At £65 and holding in the room against the internet, we're down at £65. £65, 308.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 1003 is a Fender Cyber Twin guitar amplifier with the pedal board. At 150 with bids, 160 do we see? At 150 do we see 160? At £150 we'll see 160 now. At £150 then, all finished, all short, done at £150. 150. And that goes to bar number 2145. 1004 is the orange Tiger guitar amplifier head. There we go, £80 bid, 85 now. At £80, 85, 85, 90. At £85, 90, 95, 100, 110. At £100, we'll see 110, 110, 120. At 120, 130. 120 to a C130 elsewhere. At £120. Hammond's going down at £120 and all finished all short at 120. 120 by number 2974. Lot number 1005 is a Line 6 Flex Tone 2 60-watt guitar amplifier. At £25.30 do we see? At £25 we'll see 30. At £25 we'll see 30 elsewhere. At £25, 30, 35. At 30 we'll see 35. At £30 then all finished all short at £30. £30 to 42. Lot number 1006 is the 2000 Marshall JCM 2000 limited edition EC DSL 401. At £140, 150 do we see? At 140 do we see 150 now? At 40 do we see 150 if you like? At £140 then, all finished all short order at £140, 140. Lot number 1007 is a Peavey Studio Pro 112. Guitar amplifier, the 3 in the lot there, £45 bid, 50 do we see? At £45 we'll see 50, 55. At 50, 55, 60. At £55 we'll see 60. At £55 we'll see 60 elsewhere. At £55 then, all finished all short at £55. 55 by number 2254. Lot number 1008 is the Award Session Punk Guitar Amplifier. There we go. At £15, 18, 20 do we see? At £18 we'll see 20. At £18 we'll see 20 elsewhere. At £18, 20 do we see for a bid? At £18 then, Hannah going down at £18, last chance we've done at £18. Lot number 1009 is the Hartkey HA2500 bass guitar amplifier. There we go, and at £45 we'll see 50. At £45 we'll see 50 now. £45, 50 for one more. At £45 then all finished all short at £45. Lot number 1010 is the 70s Vox Escort battery guitar amplifier. At £40 on the internet there, 45 do we see, 50, 55. At £50 bid, 55 now. At £50. Selling on the internet we're done at £50. 5, 60. At £60 or 65. 65, 70, 75. At £70 bid, 75 do we see. At £70 then all finished all short at £70. £70 by number 2531. Lot 1011 is a 1970s Vox Escort battery guitar amplifier. £30 bid, 35 do we see? At £30 with bid, 35. At £30 on the internet holding then, 35 do we see? At £30 then, all finished all short at £30, 5, 40. At £35, 40, 45. At 40 do we see 45 elsewhere? At £40, 1012 is a late 1970s Vox Super Twin guitar amplifier. There we go, and bids at £90, holding 95 to sit. At £90 we'll see 95. At £90. Hammer's going down at £90 and all finished all short at £90. 95, 100. At £95 we'll see 100. At £95 and all finished all done at £95. 95, 2468. 1013 is the Epiphone Triggerman 4x12 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. There we go. At £25 we'll see 30. At £25, 35. At £30 bid with the internet there, 35 do we see. At £30 then the cabinet all finished all short and selling at £30. 30, and that's by number 2230. Lot 1014 is the Award Sessionette 75 High Flex. There we go. At £18, 20 do we see. At £18 we'll see 20. At £18 we'll see 20 elsewhere for a bid. At £18. I'm going down at £18 and all finished all short at £18. 1015 is the next one there, the Award Sessionette 100 bass compact. At £25 we'll see 30. At £25 we'll see 30 now. £25, 30 elsewhere. At £25. And we all finished all short at £25. Lot number 1016 is a White Horse Amplification head and cabinet there. £45 bid, 50 do we see. At £45. Selling at £45 and all finished all done at £45 on the internet at 45. 50, 55. At £50, 55 now. At £50. I'm going down at £50. £50, 342. Lot 1017 is the Lakewood by AER Bingo acoustic guitar amplifier at 160, 170. At £160, we'll see 170, 170, 180. At 180 to a C190. At 180 to a C190 now. At £180, we'll see 190. At £180, that all finished all done at 180, 180, 2879. Lot number 1018 is a 2006 Marshall AVT 150H guitar amplifier head with the cabinet there at £80, 85, 90 do we see? At £85 we'll see 90, at £85 we'll see 90 elsewhere, with the foot switch as well. At £85 we'll see 90 if you like, at £85. Are we all finished, all short, all done at £85, no further interest at 90, 90, 95. At £90 bid, 95 now, at £90, £90, buy number 2358. Lot 1019 is the Selmer True Voice Selector Tone Guitar Amplifier. There we go. Bids up to £400 on the internet. 420 do we see? 400, 420, 440, 420 in the room bid. 440 do we see? At 420, it's a room bid holding 440 do we see elsewhere? At 420 do we see 440 if you want to come back in elsewhere? At £420. Hammer down at 440, 460, 460, 480. At 460 holding in the room still. 480, 500. Thank you, sir. At 480, holding the bids in Italy there at 480, 500 do we see? At £180. Hammer's going down at £480 and all finished all short at 480, 480, and that goes to buy number 2630. Lot number 1020 is a Gallion Kruger CX210 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. At 20 we have with bids, 130 do we see? At 120 do we see 130 now? At 120, 130. At £120 then, selling at 120, last chance ordered at 120, 120, buy number 10022. Lot number 101 is the next Gallion Kruger there, at £95, 100 now. At £95 we'll see 100 elsewhere, 100, 110, 110, 120. At 110 do we see 120 now. At £110, do we see 120 now. At 110, we'll finish all short at 110, 110, and that's buy number 10022. Lot number 1022 is the Trace Elliott bass guitar amplifier head. There we go, at £70 I have on the internet against my commission bid. 75 do we see? 75, 80, 80, 85. At £85, 90 we're up to here, 95. At 90, 95, 100. £95 is now a room bid. 100 do we see? 100, 110. 110, 120. At 110 do we see 120? 120, 130. 130, 140. At 130 do we see 140 now. At £130, holding in the room do we see 140, 140, 150. Thank you, sir. £100 that I have on the internet holding, 150 do I see to be against. At £140 then, selling on the internet then, you all sure? At £140, hammer going down at 140, 140, 2213. 1023 is the Ampeg Portaflex. There we go, the bass guitar amplifier head at £120, 130, 140 do we see? 140, 150, 160. At 150 do we see 160 now? £150 to see 160 elsewhere. 160, 170, 170, 180. At 170 holding in the room, 180 if you like. At 170 do we see 180. At £170 we'll see 180 now. At £170 then, 180, 190. 190, 200. At 190 holding, 200 do we see? At 190, holding in the room then against the internet, 200 if you like. At £190 then, finish all short at 190. That's yours for 190, sir, and that is my number 348. Thank you. 1024, we go on to a run of big run of speakers. Most of these are used and boxed. And 1024 is a pair of Celestion G12K 8 ohm guitar amplifier speakers, and it's 45.50 do we see? At £45, 50, 50 now, 50, 55. At £50 bid, 55 now. At £50 bid, 55 do we see? 55, 60, 65. At £60 bid in the US there, 65 do we see? It's a bid from the US there at £60, we'll see 65 elsewhere, 65, 70, 70, 75, £70 holding, 75 do we see? At £70 we'll see 75 elsewhere, 75, 80. At £75, 80, 80, 85. At 80 bid, 85 do we see? At £80, Hammer going down at £80, then we'll finish all short at £80. £80, and that's bar number 2613. Lot number 1025 is the next pair of Celestians there, the G12s, as illustrated. And at £55, you'll see 60. At £55, you'll see 60 for the pair of Celestians there. At £55, you'll see 60, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. At £75, you'll see 80 now. At £75, you'll see 80 elsewhere. At £75, hammer down at £75, 80, 85, 85, 90. At £85, you'll see 90. At £85, hammer going down at £85, 90, 95. At £90 bid, 95 now. 95, 100. At £95, you'll see 100 now. At £95 then, all finished all short at £95, 100, 110, 110. Are you coming in? At £100 then, holding 110, do we see? At £100 then, all finished all short at 100, 110, 120. At £110, 120 now. At £110 then, all finished all short at £110, 110. Bar number 2986. Lot number 1026 is the next pair of Celestians there, the G12. The 16 ohm guitar amplifier speakers. £80 with bids, 85 do we see? At £80 we'll see 85, 85, 90. At £85 we'll see 90 now. £85 we'll see 90 elsewhere. At £85, hammer going down at £85, 90, 95. At 90 we'll see 95 now. At £90 we'll see 95. At £90 then all finished all short at £90, 5, 100. At £95 we'll see 100 now. At £95, hammer's going down at £95, all finished all short at 95. 95, bar number 2358. Lot number 1027 is the Boss Next Tone Special Guitar Amplifier. There we go, at £240, 260. At 260, 280. At 260, you'll see 280 elsewhere. At £260, we'll see 280 if you like. At £260 then, hammer's going down at 260, 280, do we see for one more? At £260. Lot number 1028 is the pair of 2009 Fame Medusa 8 ohm guitar amplifier speakers. There we go with the boxes as well, unused these. And at £25.30 do we see? At £25 we'll see 30. At £25 we'll see 30, 30, 35. At 30 it's holding in the room, 35 you want on the internet. At 35, 40, 40 sir, 40, 45. At £40 bid in the room, 45 do we see? At £40 bid, 45 you want on the internet. At £40 holding, 45 do we see? We all finished then, all sure, all done at £40, all finished, all done at 40, £40. And that's bar number 308. Lot number 1029 is the 2009 Fame Medusas again. Again, I'm going to start away at 35, 40 bid, 45. At 40 to a C 45 now. At £40 we'll see 45 elsewhere. Selling then on the internet at £40. Last chance all done at £40. £40, 10066. Lot number 1030 is the next pair of Fame Medusas there. At £40 starting away again, 45 do we see? At 40 do we see 45? At £40 then holding and selling, 45, 50. At £45 we'll see 50 now. 50, 55. At £50 bid, 55 now. At 50 do we see 55? At £50 then all finished all short at £50. £50, 2019. 101 is a pair of 2009 Fame Medusas again. The 8 ohm speakers. At £50 this time we have with interest, 55 do we see? At £50, 55 do we see? At £50 then all finished all short at £50. £50, same bar, 2019. But 1032 is the 2009 Fame Medusas there. And at £35 again, 40 do we see? At £35 we'll see 40. At £35 we'll see 40, 45. At 40 on net holding, 45 do we see? At £40 then all finished all short at £40. £40, and that's bar number 2077. Lot number 1033, the next pair of Fame Medusas there. And at £35 again, opening 40 do we see? At £35 we'll see 40, 40, 45. At £40 holding in the room then, 45 do we see? At £40 then all finished all short at £40. Hammer go down at 40, the room bidder takes it at £40. 338. Lot number 1034 is the pair of Fame Sovereign speakers. There we go, the little 6-inch speakers there. And at £18.20 do we see? At £18 we'll see 20 there. At £18 we'll see 20 there for the speakers. At £18, no further interest. Are we 20, 25? We're now bid at 20, 25 do we see? At £20 and all finished all short done at £20. £20, 10066. Lot number 1034. Here Vox Celestian Blue guitar amplifier speakers. There we go, £100 I have with bids on these, 110 do we see? At £100 to see 110. At £100 then, all finished all short, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150. At 140 to 150, 150, 160, 160, 170. At 170, 180. At 170 to see 180. At 180, 190, 190, 200. At 190 to see 200 now. At £190, 200 elsewhere. At £190 then, all finished all short at 190. 190 to bar number 2267. Lot number 1036 is the Celestian G12 Classic Lead 80 guitar speaker. There we go, £20 with bids, 25 do we see? At £20, 25, 30. At £25 we'll see 30 now. At £25 we'll see 30 elsewhere. At £25 then, all finished 30, 35. At the room bid, 35 do we see? At £30 then, all finished all short at £30, 5, 40.
You can have it.
At £35 then, 40 do we see? At £35 then, all finished all short at £35, 35. Bar number 277. Lot number 1037 is the Celestian G12 guitar amplifier speaker. There we are, the greenback there. At £40 we have bids, 45 do we see? At £40 to see 45 now. At £40, 5 do we see? At £40 then, all finished all short at £40, £40, 2358. Lot number 1038 is the pair of 2009 Fame Medusa speakers there. The 8 ohm speakers there, 12 inch. And £35, 40 do we see? At £35 to see 40, 40, 45. At £40 bid, 45 now. At £40 bid, 45 do we see? At £40 then, all finished all short down at £40, £40 by number 08. Lot number 1039 is the Celestian G10 guitar amplifier speaker. 3 speakers in the lot there, and at £25, 30 do we see? At £25 to see 30 now. At £25 to see 30. At £25, 30 for one more. At £25 then, all finished, all short or done at £25. Lot number 1040 is the Marshall JMP1 valve MIDI preamp rack unit. I've got bids up to £180 on the in. 190 do we see? At 180 do we see 190? At £180 do we see 190 if you like? 190, 200, 220. At £200 holding on the internet, 220, 240, 260. At 240, 260, 280, 80, 300, 320. At 300 do we see 320 now? At £300 to see 320 elsewhere. At £300, 320, 340, 360, 380, 400, 420. At £400 to see 420, 420, 440. At 420 to see 440 now. At 420 to see 440 elsewhere. At £420. Hammer's going down at 400 then. It's a US bid holding it at 420. 420 by number 2613. Lot 1041 is the Marshall Valve State 8004 power amplifier rack unit. At £70 bid, 75 C. At £70 to see 75. At £70 then, all finished all short at £70. Selling to the internet bid, 75, 80. At £75 to see 80 now. At £75, 80, 85. At 80 to see 85 now. At 80 to see 85 coming in. At £80. Hammer going down at £80 then, 5, 90. At £85 to see 90. 90, 95. At £90 bid, 95 now. At £90 bid, 95 do we see? 5, 100. At £95 to see 100. 100, 110. 110, 120. At £110 to see 120 now. At £110, all finished all at £110. 110, bar number 2613. 1042 is the Marshall Model 8412 4x12 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. There we go. The speaker cab there, and at £25 to see 30. At £25 to see 30 elsewhere. At £25, 30 we see. At £25 then, all finished, all done, note 30 for the cabinet there, all done at 25. 104 is a Peavey Bandit 65 guitar amplifier. There we go, we've got 3 amps in the lot there, and at £35 with bids, 40 do we see. at £35.40 now, at £35.35, bar number 2468. 1044 is the Mesa Engineering Stereo 50, vacuum tube power rack unit. There we go, £170 with bids, 180, 190, comes with the box as you can see, 190, 200, at 190 bid, 200 do we see, at £109 do we see 200, 220, 240, 260, 260, 280, at 260 do we see 280 now, at £260 we see 280, 280, 300, at 280 do we see 300 elsewhere, at £280, 300 now, at £280. Hammer's going down at £280 then, 300, 320. At £300 to see 320, at £300. Hammer's going down at £300, last chance all done at £300, 20, 40. At 320 to a C 340 now, at £320 to see 340 elsewhere. At £320 then, all finished, all sure, all done, 340, 360. At 340 to a C 360 now, at £340 then, all finished, all short at £340, 340, and that's bar number 3014. Lot number 1045 is the Zilla Custom Cabinets, guitar amplifier speaker cabinet, £80 I have with bids, 85 do we see. At £80 to see 85 now, at £80 to see 85. At £80 then, all finished, all short at £80, £80, 2531. Lot number 1046 is a Skystrup RE custom built overdrive 50 guitar amplifier with the flight case there. There we go, at 780, 800 do we see? At 780 do we see 800, 800 bid, 820. I've got 800 in the room, 820 if you want it online. At £800 I see 820. At £800, 820, 850, 850 sir, 850, 880. At 850 do we see 880. At £850 holding in the room then, 880 do we see. At £850 then, it will sell at £850, last chance all done at 850, 850, and that is 338. Thank you, sir. Lot number 1047 is the Positive Grid Spark 40 guitar amplifier. There we go. At £80 on commission, 85 do we see. At £80 bid, 85 now. At £80 I see 85 elsewhere. At £80. Selling on commission then against you all at £80, £80, and that's buyer number 9. Lot number 1048 is the Fender BXR bass guitar amplifier. There we go, at £25, 30 do we see. At £25 we'll see 30. At £25 we'll see 30 for the Fender bass amplifier there. At £25. Are we all finished, all short on at £25? Lot number 104 is the Fender Deluxe Reverb. 2679. Lot number 1049 is the Fender Deluxe Reverb limited edition guitar amplifier. There we go, and at 500 and 600 do we see. At 580 do we see 600 now. At 580 do we see 600 if you like. 600, 620. I have 600, 620 sir. At £600 on the internet holding 620 do we see elsewhere. At £600 then selling that at 600, 620, 650. At 620 do we see 650. At £620, 650, 680. At 650 do we see 680. At £650 then all finished, all short at 650, 650, and that's bar number 2976. Lot number 1050 is a Fender Twin guitar amplifier. There we go, and at 300, 320, 340, 360. At 340 do we see 360 elsewhere. At 340 do we see 360 if you like. At £340 then, 360 for one more. At £340, all finished, all short at £340. Lot number 1051 is the Fender Hot Rod Deluxe Guitar Amplifier. At 180, 190, 200, 220. At £200, we'll see 220 now. 220, 240, 260. At 240, do we see 260 now. At £240, we'll see 260. At £240 then, all done £240. 240, bar number 2989. 1052 is a Polytone Mini Brute 2 guitar amplifier. 190, 200, 220, 240, 260, 280. At 260 do I see 280. At £260 do I see 280 elsewhere. At £260 then, all finished, all short on at 260. 260, bar number 2275. 1053 is the Morgan Josh Smith G12 signature guitar amplifier. at 720, 750 now, at 720 to a C750, at 720 to a C750 elsewhere, at 720 pounds. Are we all finished all sure then? At 720, 750, 780, at 750 to a C780, at 750 pounds, all finished all done at 750, 750, bar number 2338. On number 1054 is the 2004 Marshall GCM 2000 Triple Super Lead TSL 100. And at 140, 150 do we see? At 140 to a C150. At 140 pounds a C150 elsewhere. At 140 pounds then, all finished all sure at 140 pounds. 1055 is a 2002 Marshall 1960A guitar amplifier speaker cabinet at £75 or 80. At £75 or see 80 now. At £75 or see 80 elsewhere. At £75. Am I going down at 75, 80, 85? At 80 to a see 85 now. At £80 then, all finished all short at £80. £80 bar number 2476. 1056 is the Hughes & Kettner Vintage Nano guitar amplifier head with the adapted speaker cabinet at £70 with bid 75 to EC at £70. Hammer going down at 70%, all finished all short at £70. 1057 is the Ashdown Engineering guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. There we go, at £40, 45 to EC. At £40 to C45, at £40, 45 to EC. At £40 then, all finished all short at £40. 1058 is the Marshall 1960A guitar amplifier speaker cabinet at £110, 120 to EC. At 110 to a C120. At £110. Lot 1059 is the Marshall Valve State 8004 40 watt guitar power amplifier rack unit at £70, 75 to EC. At £70, 75 now. At £70 or C75. At £70 then, all finished all short at £70. 75 for one more. At £70. 1060 is a 1970 Marshall JMP 1968 Super PA 100 watt guitar amplifier head. There we go. I've got bids at £900, 920 do we see? 920, 950, 980, 980, 1050, 1050, 1100. 1050 holding a room, 1100 do we see? At 1050. Are we all sure I'm finished at 1050? 1050, and that's bar number 338. Thank you, sir. Lot number 1061 is a 2009 Marshall 425A 4x12 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. Well, I've got bids at £220 on this one. 240 do we see? At 220 to a C240. At £220 then, 240, 260. At 240 to a C260. At £240. Hammer going down at £240. Last chance we're done at 240. 240. Bar number 2156. Lot number 1062 is the Eminence Alessandro guitar amplifier speaker at £25, 30 do we see? At 25, 30, 35. At 30 holding 35 do we see? At £30 then, all finished all short done at £30. 5, 40, 5. At £40 bid 45 now. At 40 do we see 45 elsewhere? At £40. Hammer going down £40 then, all finished all done at £40. 5, 50, 55. At £50 bid 55 now. At £50 bid 55 elsewhere. At £50 then, all finished all done at £50. £50, and that is buyer number 308. 1063 is the Ampeg SVT 100H guitar amplifier head. There we go. And at £95, 100 do we see? At £95 we'll see 100. At £95 we'll see 100 elsewhere. 100, 110. At £100 we'll see 110 now. At £100. Am I going down at £100? 100, 10022. Lot number 1064 is the Hot Rod DeVille guitar amplifier. There we go. At £95 we'll see 100. At £95 we'll see 100 now. At £95, 100, 110. At £100 we'll see 110. At £100 we'll finish all done at £100. 100, 2,980. Lot 1065 is the PV VTX Series Heritage guitar amplifier. At £40 bid, 45 do we see? £40, 45 elsewhere. At £40. Lot 106 the Vox MV50 mini guitar amplifier head with the cabinet. £70 bid, 75 do we see? At £70. Hammer going down at £70. 1067 is the Freshman AC30R Squier acoustic guitar amplifier together with the Fender frontman at £30 bid, 35 do we see? At £30, 540. At £35, I see 40 now. At £35, all finished, all done at 35. 2749. Lot number 1068 is the Carlsbro Sherwood Junior guitar amplifier together with the other Carlsbro there. £25 we're bid, 30 do we see? At £25, 30 now. At £25, 25. 10003. Lot number 1069 is the 1970s Westminster bass guitar amplifier at 160, 170 do we see? At £160 bid, 170 now. At £160 and all finished, all done at 160, 170, 180, 190. At 180 do we see? 190 now. At £180 and all finished, all short at £180. 180, and that's bar number 2091. 1070 is the Line 6 Flextone 2 guitar amplifier. We go with the pedal there, and it's at £18, 20 do we see? At £18, 20, 25, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. At £40 bid, 45 now. At £40, 2014. Lot 1071 is the 1963 Vox AC30 Super Twin guitar amplifier head and speed cabinet. There we go. At £1,000, 1,050, 1,100 do we see? At 1,050 do we see 1,100 now? At 1,050 do we see 1,100 sweat? At 1,050 then, all finished, all sure at 1,050, 1,100 for one more, 1,100, 1,150, 1,200. At 1,150 holding on the internet, 1,200 do we see? At £1,150, 1,200, 1,250. At £1,200 we see 1,250. At £1,200, 1,250 do we see? At £1,200 then all finished, all sure at 1,200, 1,250, 1,300, 1,300, 1,350. At 1,300 you'll see 1,350 now. At £1,300 you'll see 1,350 elsewhere. At £1,300 then all finished, all short at 1,300, 1,300, and that's buyer number 2292. Lot number 1072 is the 1993 Marshall Super League 1959 SLP. There we go. I've got bids at £700 on the internet to be off 720 do we see? At £700, 720 elsewhere. At £700 then all finished, all short at 700, 20, 750, 780. At 750 do we see? 780 now. £750 then all finished, all short at 750, 750, and that's bar number 2476. Lot number 1073 is the 1973 Marshall JMP 1992 Super Bass 100 watt guitar amplifier head. 900, 920, 950, 980, 1,050. At £1,000, 1,050 do we see? At £1,000 bid, 1,050 do we see elsewhere? It's on the internet holding then at £1,000 for the Marshall Super Bass. At 1,050 do we see elsewhere? 1,100, 1,150. At £1,100 bid, 1,150 coming in elsewhere. At £1,100, you'll see 1,150 if you like. At £1,100, all finished, all sure, selling on the internet at 1,100, 1,100, 2476. Lot number 1074 is a 1960 Selma True Voice TV6 guitar amplifier at £200 with bids 220 do we see? At £200, 220 now. Selling at £200 then, on the internet all done at £200, 200, 2580. Lot 1075 is the Pignose Portable Battery Guitar Amplifier. There we go. At £45, 50 do we see? At £45 we'll see 50. At £45 we'll see 50 elsewhere. At £45. And we all finished, all sure, all done. At £45, hammer go down at £45. Last chance, all done at 45. 1076 is the vintage Roberts R25 radio. There we go with the guitar conversion. At £15, 18 do we see? At £15, 18. 20, 25. At £20, 25 do we see? At £20 we see 25. At £20 then all finished, all done at £20. 5, 30. At £25 we see 30 now. 30, 35. At 30 do we see 35 now. At 30 do we see 35. At £30 then all finished, all done at £30. £30, and that's bar number 8186. Lot number 1077 is the next Roberts radio there. At £10, 12 do we see? At £10 we see 12 now. At £10 for the portable battery radio there. 12 do we see? 12, 15. At 12 do we see 15, 18. At £15, 18, 18, 20. At £15, 18, 18, 20, 20, 25. At 20, 25 now. At £20, 25 do we see? At £20. Have a going down at £20. £20 by number 8186. The next one there, the R23 this time, and that's £10, 12 do we see? At £10, you'll see 12, 12, 15. At £12, you'll see 15 now. At £12, you'll see 15. At 15, 18. At 15, 18, 18, 20. At 18, 20, 20, 25. At 20, you'll see 25 now. At 20, you'll see 25 elsewhere. At 20, 25, 25, 30. At £25, you'll see 30, 30, 35. At 30, you'll see 35 elsewhere. At £30, then all finished, all done at £30. 30, and that's 2701. Lot number 1079 is a vintage Roberts Rambler radio, and that's at £10. 12 do we see? At £10, you'll see 12 now. At 12, 15, 18, 18, 20. At £18, 20. At £18, 20, 20, 25. At 20, 25, 30. At £25, 30 now. £25, 30 do we see? At £25. Am I going down at £25 and all finished, all done at £25? 25, 2991. Lot number 1080 is the Music Man 65 guitar amplifier. At 380 to a C400 now. 380, 400 now elsewhere. At 380 to a C400 now. At 380. 400 do we see for one more. £380 then, all finished, all short, done at 380. Lot number 1081 is the Gens-Benz Neo X400 bass guitar amplifier. At 190, 200 do we see? At 190 do we see 200 now? At 190 do we see 100 elsewhere? At 190 do we see 200 now? 190, no interest for 200 elsewhere. At £190. Lot 1082 is the Award Session 5E3 extra guitar amplifier. At 140, 150 do we see? At £100 to see 150 now. At 140 to see 150. At 140 to see 150 if you like. At 150, 160. At 150 to see 160 now. At £150 and all finished, all done at 150. 150 by number 2713. Lot number 1083 is a 2001 Marshall JCM 2000 dual Super Lead DSL 401 guitar amplifier. At £190, 200 do we see? At 190, 200 do we see elsewhere? At 190 do we see 200 now? At £190. All finished, all short at 190, 200 for one more. At £190, hammers going down at 190. Lot 1084 is the Vox AC30 C2X custom twin channel guitar amplifier. There we go. At 180, 190, 200 do we see? At 190 do we see 200 now? At 190 do we see 200 there for the Vox AC30? At 190 do we see 200 if you like? 200, 220. At 200, holding on the internet at 200. This is selling, no reserve. At £200 we'll see 220 now. At £200 we'll finish at 200. 200 bar number 2358. Lot number 1085 is the Marshall 1960A 4x12 circa 1963. We've got bids and lots of interest at £400 on the internet there. 420 do we see? At £400 we'll see 420 now. At £400 we'll see 420 elsewhere. At £400 then, selling on the internet then at £400, all finished, all done at £400. 400 by number 2339. Lot 1086 is the 1972 Marshall JMP Super Bass 100 watt 1992 guitar amplifier head. There we go, £900 with bids, 920, 950, 980, 1050. At £1,000 bid, 1050 do we see? At £1,000 then, are we selling? At £1,000 on the internet, all sure, all done are we? At £1,000 then, last chance all done at £1,000. 1,000, and that's by 2476. Lot number 1087 is the Marshall Mod 1982A bass lead 4x12 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet, circa 1972 this one, and we've got bids at £280, 300 at 280 to see 300 now, and I will sell at £280 then, selling on the internet we're done at £280, 280, bar number 2339. Lot number 1088 is the 1994 Marshall 1960 TV 4x12 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. I've got bids at £90, 95, 100, 110. At £100, 110 do we see? At 100 do we see 110? At £100 then, all finished, all sure at £100. 100, bar number 246. Lot number 1089 is the Marshall Silver Jubilee JCM 2550 guitar amplifier head. We have bids at £800 on the internet going away there. 820 do we see? 820, 850, 880. At 850, 880, 900, 920. At 900, 920, 950, 980. At £950 to see 980 now. At 980, 1,000. At 980 to see 1,000 now. At £980 to see 1,000, 1,050. At £1,000 to see 1,050 now. at £1,000 then, all finished, all done at 1,050, 1,100. 1,050 bid, 1,100 do we see? At 1,050 then, 1,100 we see elsewhere. At £1,050, how am I going down at 1,050? 2292. Lot 1090 is the Ashdown Engineering Evo 2 bass guitar amplifier. At £45.50 do we see for this one. At £45 we'll see 50 for the Ashdown. At £45 we'll see 50 if you like. At £45. How am I going down? At £45 then 50, 55, 60. At £55 we'll see 60 now. At £5 we'll see 60 elsewhere. At £55, and I will sell 60, 65. At 60 we'll see 65 now, 65, 70. At £65 we'll see 70. At £65 and all finished, all done at £65. 70, 70. At £70 bid, 75 now. At £70 bid, 75 do we see? At £70 then, all finished, all short, and at £70. £70, and that's 2609. Lot number 1091 is the Mesa Boogie Bass 400 Plus bass guitar amplifier rack unit. There we go, at £300, 320, 340, 360 do we see? At 340 do we see 360 now? At 340 do we see 360 if you like? At £340 then. Are we all finished, all sure? At £340, last chance all done at 340. Hammer going down at 340. Lot number 1092 is a Marshall JMP1 4-button foot switch. There we go in the box. At £45, 50 do we see? At £45 we'll see 50. At 45, 50, 55, 55, 60. At £60 bid, 65, 65, 70. At £65 we'll see 70. At £65, 70, 70, 75. At £70, 75 now. At £70. How much going down at £70? All finished, all short at £70. £70, 2476. Lot number 1093 is a Vox AC30 guitar amplifier. Circa 63 this one. And at £700, 720 do we see? At £700, 720, 750, 780, 800, 820, 850. At 820 room bid, 850 now. At 820 it's in the room, 850, 880, 880, 900. At 880, 900 do we see? It's in the room holding 900, 920, 950. At 920 do we see 950 now? At 920 holding in the room 50, 950, 980. Thank you, sir. At 950 holding on the inside, then 980 do we see elsewhere? At £950 then for the Vox AC30, all finished, all done at £950. 950 by number 290. Lot number 1094 is the Fender Twin, the twin guitar amplifier there. And I can start this away with bids at £80. You'll see 85 elsewhere. At £80, do I see 85 now? At £80. How am I going down at £80 then? Selling to the sellroom.com at £80. £80 by number 8126. Lot number 1095 is the Honey Boy 18 watt guitar amplifier. There we go at 480, 500. At £480, I see 500 now. At 480, do I see 500? Bid 520. At 500, do I see 520 elsewhere? At £500. How am I going down at £500? All finished, all short at 500. 500 by 2077. 1096 is a 1970s Triumph Leo valve guitar amplifier. There we go. At £15, 18 do we see? 20, 25, 25, 30. At 25, 30, 35, 35, 40. At 40, 40, 45. At £40 bid in the room, 45 now. At £40 room bid, 45 do we see? At £40. How am I going down at £40? 5, 50. Thank you, sir. £45 we'll see 50. At £45 we'll finish all short, £45. 45 by number 2795. The 1097 is a 1960s Marshall Capri guitar amplifier at 720, 750, 780, 800 now. At 780 to see 800 now. At £780 to see 800 coming in elsewhere. At £780. Are we all finished, all short? At £780 then. The last chance all short at £780. 780. 1098 is a Supercube 60 guitar amplifier at £60 bid, 65, 65, 70. At £65 I'll see 70 now. At £65 I'll see 70 elsewhere. At £65 then 70, 75, 75, 80. £75 I'll see 80 now. At £75 80, 85. At 80 we'll see 85 now. At £80 then all finished, all short at £80. £80, and that's the 2358. Lot number 1099, Seagull and Kruger 250 guitar amplifier. There we go, at £100, 110, 120 do we see? At £110, we'll see 120 now, 120, 130, at 120, room bid, and it's a selling bid, 130 do we see? 130, 140, 140, 150, at 140 holding in the room, 150 do we see? At £140, and we're selling, are we? You finished on the internet at 140, 150, 160, thank you sir. At 150 then holding on the internet, 160 do we see? At £150 then all finished all short, 150, 150 by number 3007. Lot 1100 is a Roland Cube Street battery guitar amplifier. £60 bid, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85. At £80 bid, 85 now. At £80 to see 85. 5, 90, 95. At £90, 95, 100. At £95 to see 100. At £95, 100, 110, 110, 120. £110 to see 120 now. At £110, 120, 130. At 120 to a C130, 130, 140. At 130 to a C140 now. At £130 to C140 elsewhere. 140, 150. At £140 to C150. At 140 to a C150 if you like. At £140 and all finished at 140. 140 by number 2358. Lot 1101 is the Ibanez Tone Blaster 100 guitar amplifier head with the cabinet. There we go, the head and cabinet there. Stop your way, £45, 50 do we see? At £45, 50 now. At £45 for the head and cab there. 50, 55. At £50 bid, 55 now. At £50, 55, 60. 60, 65. At £60 bid, 65 do we see? At £60 bid, 65 do we see elsewhere? At £60. Hammer's going down at £60 then. All sure, all finished at £60. £60. And your number, sir, is 348. Thank you. Lot 1102 is a 1970s Fender with reverb guitar amplifier. Bids at £300 on the internet there. Selling bids as well. 320 do we see? At £300, 320 now. At £300, 320. I'm going to sell then at £320. We now have bid 340, 340, 360. At 340 to a C, 360 now. At 340, 360, 380. At 360 to a C, 380. At £360. Hammer going down at £360 then. All finished, 380, 400. 400, 420. At £400 to a C, 420 elsewhere. At £400, 420, 440. At 420 to a C, 40 now. At 420 to a C, 440. 440, 460. At £440 to C, 460. At £440. Hammer's going down at £440 then. 460, 480. 480, 500. At 480 to a C, 500 now. At 480, 500, 500, 520. 520, 550. At £520 to C, 550 elsewhere. At £520. Hammer going down at 520. Are we all finished, all sure, all done? At £520. 520 by number 10067. 1103 is the 2004 Marshall Valve State 2000. £30 bid, 35 do we see? At £30 to see 35 elsewhere. At £30, 35. At £30 then all finished, all sure at £30. 35, 40. At £35 just in time, 40, 45. At 40 to a C, 45. At £40 is a sellroom.com bid, 45 if you like it on the GH Live. 45, 50, 50, 55. At £50 bid, 55 do we see? At £50 to see 55 elsewhere. At £50 then, all finished, all sure, 5, 60, 65. At £60 bid, 65, 65, 70, 70, 75. At £70 bid, 75. At £70 bid, 75 do we see? 5, 80. £75 to see 80, 80, 85. At 80 do we see 85 now? At £80 holding 85 do we see? At £80. Hammer going down at £80 then all finished all sure at £80. £80 and that's by number 8126. Lot number 11 was the 1970s Jennings JEI V30 guitar amplifier. Bids at 110, 120, 130. At 120 with bids 130 do we see? At 120 to a C 130. At £120 and all finished all sure 130, 140. At 130 to a C 140. At £130 all finished all short 130, 140, 150, 160, 170. 170, 180, at 170, 180, 180, 190, At 180 to a C, 190 now. At 180 to a C, 190 elsewhere. At 180 pounds, and all finished all short at 180, 190, 200. At 190 to a C, 200 now. At 190 to a C, 200 for one more. At 190 pounds, then 200, 220. At 200 pounds to C, 220 now. At 200 pounds, then all finished all short at 200 pounds. 200 pounds, bar number 2853. Lot number 1105 is the Vox AC30 guitar amplifier circa 1965. Bids various at £750 opening on the internet. 780 do we see? 780, 800, 800, 820. At £800 holding 820, 820, 850. 820 to a C, 850 now. At 820 to a C, 850 elsewhere. At £820 to a C, 850 if you like. At £820 then, all finished all short at 820. 820, bar number 2990. Lot number 1106 is the Montage twin speaker guitar amplifier cabinet. There we go. And at £75.80 do we see? At £75.80 for the Montage cab there. At £75 for seat 80 of you. At £75. Are we all finished all short? At £75 then. Last chance all done at £75. Lot number 1107 is the Cornell Legacy 30 guitar amplifier head. There we go. Got a lot of interest in this one, and I can start with commission bids at £500. 520 do we see? At £500 on commission with my buyer. 520, 550, 580. 550 holding with my buyer. 580, 620. £600 then holding with my buyer on commission. 620 do we see? At £600 to see 620, 620, 650, 680. At 650 holding with my buyer on commission. 680 if you like on the internet. At £650 with my buyer against the internet. 650 do we see? 680 elsewhere. Are we all done, are we? At £650 then with my buyer on commission against you all at £650. 650, and that's bar number 2338. Lot number 1108 is the Vox AC30 CCH Custom Classic guitar amplifier head at £140. 150 do we see? At 140 do we see? 150, 150, 160. At 150 do we see? 160 elsewhere. At £150 do we see? 160 now. At £150, 160 elsewhere for a bid. At £150 then, all finished all short at 150. 150, bar number 2023. 1109 is the Marshall Valve State 2000 AVT 50H. There we go, the two Marshall heads at £60 bid, 65 do we see? At £60 to see 65, 65, 70. At £65 to see 70 now. £65 to see 70 elsewhere. At £65 then, all finished all short, all done at £65. 70, 75. At £70 bid, 75. At £70 to a C, 75 elsewhere. At £70 then, all finished all short at 75, 80. At £75 to see 80 now. At £75. Having going down at £75, all finished all short at 75. 75. And that's bar number 2358. Lot number 110 is the Fender Bassman 100 guitar amplifier head. I've got bids at 240, 260 do we see? At 240 do we see? 260, 260, 280, 260, 280 do we see? At £260 to see 280 elsewhere. At £260 then, all finished all short, 280, 300, 320. At 300 to a C, 320. At £300 then, all finished all short at £300. 300. 300, 320, 340. At 320, 340, 360. At 340 to a C, 360. At £340 then, all finished all short at £340. 360, 380. At 360, 380, 400. At 380 to a C, 400 now. At 380 to a C, 400. At £380 then, all finished all short at 380. 380, and that's bar number 2964. 1111 is the 1960s Watkins Dominator V-front guitar amplifier. Bids away at £600 on this one. 620 do we see? 620, 650, 680, 700, 720, 750, 780. Thank you, sir. 750 then holding on the internet. 780 do we see? At 750 holding on the internet bid there. 780 do we see elsewhere? At 750 then, all finished all short at 750. 750, 2215. Lot number 11 12 is the vintage Audition guitar amplifier head with the speaker cabinet, to go with the other amps there at £50 with bids 5 do we see. 55, 60, at £55 in the room holding 60 do we see. At £55. Hammers going down at £55 and all finished all short done at £55. 55, and that's bar number 308. 30, it is 308. Yeah.
308.
It is 308, yeah. 1113 is the 2000s JMI JM30T guitar amplifier. There we go. The AC30 copy or replica, and 780, 800 do we see? At 780 do we see 800 now? At 780 do we see 800 if you like? At £780, 800 now? At £780. Lot number 1114 is the next JMI there. This is the AC10 this time, and at 720, 750 do we see? At 720 do we see 750 now? At 720 do we see 750 elsewhere? At £120 and all finished all done at 720. Lot number 1115 is the 1960 Solar Sound 100 watt guitar amplifier. At 300 we have with bids 320 do we see. On the GH Live platform we're taking it £300, 320 now. At £300, 320 do we see elsewhere. At £300 do I see 320 now. At £300 all finished all short at 320, 340. At 320 do I see 340 now. At £320 all finished all short at 320. 320 by number 2630. Lot number 1116. The 2004 Marshall 1960 BX guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. £200 with bids 220 do we see. At 200 do we see 220. At £200 all finished all short at 200. 200, and that's bar number 2476. Lot number 1117. It's a 1971 high watt SE4123 4x2 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. I've got bids at £700, 720 do we see. Bids at £700 holding, 720 now, at £700. Hammer's going down at £700, then all finished all short at 700, 700, 2339. 1118 is a 1974 Vox AC30 guitar amplifier. We've got £600 to be away on this one on sellroom.com. 620 do we see. At £600, 620, 650. At 620 do we see 650 now. At 620 holding in the room then 650 against. At £620, all finished at 620, 620, and that's by a 338. Lot number 1119 is the 1964 Vox AC30 amplifier. There we go, and at £980, 1,000 do we see. At 980 do we see 1,000 now. At 980 do we see 1,000 coming in for a bid. We do 1,050 now. At £1,000, 1,050 do we see. At £1,000, Hammer's going down at £1,000. Last chance all short on 1,000, 1,000, and that's bar number 2990. Lot 1120 is the Acoustic Control Corporation 136 bass guitar amplifier head with the speaker cabinet there. At £25.30 we see. At £25 we see 30. At £25 we see 30 elsewhere. At £25 we see 30 there for the amp and cabinet. At £25, no further interest at £25. Lot number 1121 is the Trace Elliott GP11 preamp bass guitar amplifier head at £30 with bids 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. At £50 bid 55, 60. At 55, 60, 65. 65, 70, 75. At £70, 75, 80, 85, £80, 85. At £80 to see 85 now. At £80, 590. At £85 to see 90 now. At £85 and all finished all short at £85. 85, and that's bar number 10022. Lot 1122 is the Dr. Z Antidote guitar amplifier head. At 620, 650, 680, 700 now. At 680 to see 700. At £680 to see 700 elsewhere. At £680 then, all finished all short at £680. 680. Lot number 1123 is a Crate Acoustic Gunnison CA61110D 60 watt acoustic guitar amplifier. There we go. At £25.30 do we see. At £25 I see 30. At £25 I see 30 elsewhere. At £25. Hammer going down at £25 and all finished all done at £25. 1124 is a 1996 Fender twin amp guitar amplifier at 400, 420, 440, 480, at 460 to a C480 now, at 460 to a C480 elsewhere, at £460 then, 480 to EC, at £460. Lot number 1125 is a 2006 Marshall AV20X guitar amplifier, the two Marshall amps there, at £95, 100 to EC, at £95 to C100, at 100, 110, at £100 bid, 110 do we see. At £100 then, all finished all short at 100, 100, buy number 2014. 1126 is the Fender Sidekick and the Fender Champion. The two in the lot there, 100 bid, 110 do we see. At 100 bid, 110 now. At £100 then, all finished all short at 100, 100, and that's 2046. Lot number 1127 is the Harm 4x10 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. At £65, 70, 75, 80 do we see. At £75 we'll see 80. At £75 we'll see elsewhere. At £75 then, all finished all short at £75. Lot number 1128 is the Barefaced Audio Super Twin bass guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. At 500, 520, 550, 580, 600 now. At 580 to a C600. At £580 we'll see 600 elsewhere. At £580 then, all finished all short at 580. Lot number 1129 is the Peavey 210 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. At £5, 10 do we see. At £5 to a C10 now. At £5 opening up to C10 for the cabinet there. At £5 to a C10 for the Peavey cabinet there. Any interest going on? No further interest. Lot number 1130 is the 2018 Marshall 1974 CX guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. 180, 190, 200 do we see. At 190 to a C200. At 190 to a C200 now. At £190, 200 for one more. At £190. Lot 1131 is the 220. There we go. 200. We're opening that back up with bids coming in. 200, 220, 240. At 220, we're opening the Marshall back up there. At 220 to a C240. At £220 then, all finished all short at 220. 220, and that goes to bar number 2701. Lot number 1131 is the 4 amplifier speakers. There, I'll take the bid of £8 there. 10 do we see? 12, 15. At £12 to see 15. At £12, 15 elsewhere. Selling at £12, £12, and that's bar number 2091. Lot number 1132 is the Peavey T150 guitar amplifier speaker cabinet. And I've got bids to be away at 110, 120 do we see. At 110 to a C120. At 110 to a C120 elsewhere. At £110 then, selling at £110 with my bar against you all at 110. 110 to 2183. And lot number 1133 is the Dean Markley EVH customised practice amplifier. To go with all the other bits there. £30 bid, 35 to EC. At £30, 35 now. At £30, £30, 10003. Lot number 1134 is the Tony Bruno custom Tweedy Pie valve guitar amplifier. At 780 to a C800. At 780 to a C800 now. 780, 800 more. At £780 then, all finished, all done at 780. 1135 is the Cornford Harlequin Mark 1 guitar amplifier. At 200, 220, 240, 260, 280, 300. At 280 to a C300 now. At £280 to C300 elsewhere. At £280 then. All finished all short at £280. Lot number 1136 is a Fender Twin Reverb guitar amplifier. There we go. At 280, 300 do we see. At 280 to a C300 for the Fender Twin Reverb. At £280 to a C300 elsewhere. At £280, 300 we coming in for a bid. Are we all finished then? No further interest. At £280, 300, 320. At £300, and it's a selling bid. It's here to sell. At £300 then, all finished all short at 300, 300, and that's bar number 2077. Thank you very much for tuning in today and all your bids, those in the room and out there on the internet. That is the end of day 2. We'll be back tomorrow with studio equipment and guitar spares, and we'll look forward to seeing you there. Many thanks.